Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fan Pickup. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what if stories and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully created in the line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Harry Potter was secret Demigod's son hates and Percy Jackson saved him from cupboard? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fan Pickup. Now let's story begin.
Chapter 1, The Boy Beneath the Stairs. The spiders always came first. 8-year-old Harry Potter knew this the way other children knew the feel of sunlight on their faces or the sound of their mothers singing lullabies. The spiders were his midnight companions, creeping across the dusty floor of his cupboard, their tiny legs scratching against the wood like whispered secrets. He never screamed when they crawled over his hands. He had learned not to. Screaming meant Uncle Vernon's heavy fists pounding on the door. Screaming meant no breakfast. Screaming meant the cupboard grew even darker, if such a thing was possible. Tonight, the spiders were restless. Harry lay on his thin mattress, knees drawn to his chest, the worn pillowcase rough against his cheek. Outside, the summer heat had baked number 4, Privet Drive into a furnace, but the cupboard remained stubbornly cold, a damp, creeping cold that seeped into his bones like the memory of his parents' graves, though he had never seen them. No photographs. No stories. Only Petunia's sharp tongue telling him they died in a car crash, drunk and useless, and he should be grateful the Dursleys took him in at all. He wasn't grateful. He was tired. Harry turned his head toward the crack of light beneath the cupboard door. The hallway was quiet now. Dudley had stopped crying about the broken television remote 2 hours ago, and Uncle Vernon's snoring rumbled through the walls like an angry beast. Aunt Petunia's footsteps had ceased their pacing. The house slept. But the spiders kept moving. And then something changed. Harry felt it before he heard it. A pressure shift in the air, like the moment before a thunderstorm when the world holds its breath. The darkness in the cupboard seemed to thicken, growing denser, heavier, as if someone had poured ink into the space between his fingers. He sat up slowly, heart hammering against his ribs. This wasn't normal. This wasn't the usual misery. The shadows in the corners began to whisper. Harry froze. The whispers were soft at first, a language he didn't understand, syllables curling like smoke around his ears. They came from everywhere and nowhere, from the cracks in the walls and the space beneath the floorboards. His scar prickled. Not the sharp, burning pain that sometimes woke him screaming, but a different sensation entirely. A tugging. A recognition. He is here. The words formed clearly among the whispers, spoken in a voice that sounded like stones grinding together in a deep cave. The son of the House of Night. Harry pressed his back against the wall, knuckles white where he gripped the blanket. His glasses sat crooked on his face, one lens cracked from Dudley's fist last Tuesday, but he could see well enough to watch the shadows pool in the center of the cupboard, swirling like liquid midnight. Something was forming there. Something with eyes that glowed faintly green, like distant stars swallowed by darkness. He should have screamed. Any normal child would have screamed. But Harry Potter had never been normal. "What do you want?" he whispered. The shadows rippled. A shape emerged from the darkness, not a monster, not quite a bird, but something between. Skeletal wings folded against a body made of shadow and starlight, and eyes that burned with ancient knowledge. Another joined it. Then another. Soon, half a dozen of the creatures perched on the shelves above his head, their bones clicking softly as they turned their skull-like faces toward him. "We watch," the first creature whispered. "We have always watched. The Lord commands it." Harry's throat went dry. "What Lord?" But the creatures did not answer. They simply stared at him with those glowing green eyes, and Harry felt something cold settle in his chest, not fear, exactly. Curiosity. And beneath that, something darker. A pull toward the shadows that felt almost like hunger. He reached out his hand. The largest creature hopped onto his fingers, weightless as a cobweb. Its bones were warm. Impossibly warm, and when it tilted its head, Harry heard a name echo through his mind, a name that was not his own, but belonged to him all the same. Son of Hades. The cupboard door slammed open. Harry dropped the creature, it dissolved into smoke before it hit the ground, and squinted against the sudden flood of light. Uncle Vernon filled the doorway, his massive silhouette blocking the hallway lamp, face purple with rage. He smelled of whiskey and sweat, and his mustache quivered as he snarled. What was that noise? Vernon's voice shook the shelves. I heard whispering, boy. Who were you talking to? No one, Harry said automatically. His eyes darted to the corner where the shadow creatures had been. They were gone. Only ordinary darkness remained. I didn't. Liar. Vernon lunged forward, meaty hand closing around Harry's upper arm. He hauled the boy out of the cupboard and onto the linoleum floor. You think I don't hear you in there, making your freaky noises? You think I don't know what you are? Harry's arm throbbed. He bit his tongue to keep from crying out. Tears wouldn't help. They never helped. I don't know what I am, he said quietly. And it was the truth. He didn't know why strange things happened around him. Why his hair grew back overnight after Petunia shaved it off. Why the glass at the zoo had vanished when the snake told him about Brazil. Why the Dursleys looked at him like he was something filthy, something wrong. Vernon's face contorted. You're nothing. You're a freak and a burden, and if I had my way, you'd be back in that cupboard until you rotted. He dragged Harry toward the kitchen. But first, you're going to explain why my wife found Dudley's bed floating this morning. Explain that, boy. Explain your freakishness. Harry's stomach dropped. He hadn't meant to make the bed float. He'd been dreaming about flying, about clouds and wind and a sense of freedom he'd never felt awake, and when he woke up, Dudley's bed was hovering 6 inches off the ground. The fat lump had screamed loud enough to wake the neighbors. I didn't do anything, Harry said. Vernon's backhand sent him sprawling across the kitchen floor. His cheek smashed against the refrigerator, and copper flooded his mouth. The world spun. 12 years, Vernon hissed, looming over him. 12 years we've fed you, clothed you, kept a roof over your ungrateful head. And this is how you repay us? With freakishness? With unnatural happenings? Harry pushed himself up on trembling arms. Blood dripped from his split lip onto the white tile. He wanted to fight back. He wanted to scream that he hadn't asked to be born, hadn't asked to be left on their doorstep like an unwanted package, hadn't asked for any of this. But he'd learned that fighting only made it worse. Please, he whispered. I'll be good. I'll stay in the cupboard. Just please. Get back in there. Vernon pointed toward the hallway. And if I hear one more whisper, one more breath of freakishness, I'll lock you in there until your 11th birthday. Do you understand? Harry understood. He crawled back to the cupboard, pulled the door closed behind him, and pressed his forehead against the wood. His tears soaked into the grain, silent and hot. The darkness wrapped around him like a shroud, and somewhere in the corners, he heard the soft click of skeletal bones. He hurts you, the creatures whispered. Yes, Harry breathed. The Lord would not allow this. The Lord would burn this house to ash. Harry didn't know who this Lord was, but for a moment, just a moment, he let himself imagine it. Fire consuming number 4, Privet Drive. The Dursleys running, screaming, finally understanding what they'd done. Finally paying for every bruise, every hungry night, every whispered word that told him he was worthless. Then the image faded, and he was just a boy in a cupboard again. I don't have a lord, he said to the darkness. I don't have anyone. The creatures were silent. Harry closed his eyes and tried to sleep. Underscore 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 underscore. 3 nights later, the birds returned. This time, Harry was not alone in his wakefulness. A storm had rolled across Surrey, thunder rattling the windows and rain lashing against the gutters. The Dursleys had gone to bed early, and Harry lay in his cupboard, listening to the storm and wondering if the creatures would come again. They'd visited every night since that first encounter, perching on his shelves and watching him with those glowing green eyes. They never spoke now. They simply watched. He didn't mind. Their presence made the darkness feel less empty. Tonight, however, something was different. The air pressure shifted again, stronger than before, and Harry sat up just as a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the crack beneath his door. Thunder followed immediately, shaking the house to its foundations, and somewhere upstairs, Dudley shrieked. But Harry wasn't looking at the door. He was looking at the window. His cupboard didn't have a window. It was a closet under the stairs, windowless and airless, a tomb for a living boy. And yet, there, on the wall where no window should exist, a pane of glass had appeared. Rain streaked down its surface, and beyond it, Harry could see the darkened garden of Privet Drive, transformed by the storm into something wild and unrecognizable. He crawled toward it. The glass was cold beneath his fingertips, real and solid despite its impossibility. He pressed his face against it, breath fogging the surface, and watched as lightning split the sky in two. That's when he saw them. Hundreds of them. The skeletal birds filled the night sky, their wings spread wide, their bones glowing faintly silver against the storm clouds. They circled above Privet Drive like vultures waiting for something to die, and their eyes, those green, ancient eyes, were all fixed on the house. On him. Harry's heart pounded. "They come," whispered a voice behind him. He spun around. The largest creature sat on his pillow, its skull tilted at an angle that shouldn't have been possible. Tonight, its bones were not white but black, like polished obsidian, and its eyes burned brighter than he'd ever seen. "The Son of the Sea approaches. He feels you in the earth, in the water, in the places where the worlds bleed together." Son of the Sea. Harry's voice cracked. "I don't understand. I don't understand any of this." The creature hopped closer, and Harry felt a wave of sadness wash over him, not his own sadness, but the creature's. A deep, ancient grief that stretched back thousands of years. "You have been hidden, little prince. Hidden from those who would hunt you. Hidden from those who would use you. But the hiding is ending. The worlds are colliding. And soon, very soon, you will remember what you truly are." Before Harry could ask what that meant, the window vanished. The cupboard plunged back into ordinary darkness. The creatures were gone. And somewhere in the distance, beneath the howl of the wind and the crash of thunder, Harry heard a voice calling his name. Not Uncle Vernon's voice. Not Aunt Petunia's. A voice he had never heard before, young and strong and full of something that sounded almost like hope. "Harry." He pressed his ear to the cupboard door, straining to hear. "Harry Potter." The voice was getting closer. Harry's scar burned. Not the familiar ache, but a white-hot blaze that made him gasp and clutch his forehead. Images flooded his mind, a boy with black hair and sea-green eyes, standing on a beach with waves crashing around him. A pen that turned into a sword. A horned creature with legs like a goat and eyes like fire. And beneath it all, the smell of the ocean, salt and spray and endless deep water. "I'm coming," the voice promised. "Hold on. I'm coming." Harry didn't know who this boy was, or why he was coming, or how he knew Harry's name. He didn't know why the shadows whispered to him or why skeletal birds watched over his sleep or why. His scar burned like a brand. sea-green eyes that glittered with barely contained energy. He wore faded jeans and an orange t-shirt with letters Harry couldn't read from the kitchen. A backpack hung over one shoulder, and clutched in his right hand, impossibly, was a bronze sword that glowed faintly in the morning light. But that wasn't what made Uncle Vernon stumble backward. It was the water. The boy was soaking wet, dripping onto the welcome mat as if he'd just crawled out of the ocean. Rainwater pooled at his feet, even though the sky outside was clear and blue. And behind him, the air shimmered like heat rising off asphalt, revealing shapes that moved just beyond the edge of normal sight. Creatures. Large ones. "Hello," the boy said, his voice calm but his eyes sharp. "I'm looking for someone. Harry Potter. I believe he lives here." Uncle Vernon's face cycled through confusion, rage, and fear so quickly it looked like a carnival ride. "There's no one here by that name. Get off my property before I call the police." The boy didn't move. His grip tightened on the sword. "I can smell him." He tilted his head, and his eyes, those sea-green eyes, seemed to glow. "He's in there. In a closet. I can feel him trembling from here." Harry's heart stopped. The boy knew. Somehow, impossibly, he knew. "I said get lost." Vernon slammed the door, but the boy's hand shot out and caught it, holding it open with casual strength that shouldn't have been possible. His wet sneakers squeaked on the tile as he stepped inside. "I'm not leaving without him." Aunt Petunia appeared in the kitchen doorway, her face bloodless. "Vernon, who is?" She saw the sword. Saw the water pooling on her clean floor. Saw the boy's glowing eyes. And she screamed. It was a thin, reedy sound, more mouse than woman, but it broke whatever spell had frozen the room. Uncle Vernon lunged for the umbrella stand, pulling out his wife's heaviest umbrella and swinging it like a club. "I warned you. I warned you all. We don't want your kind. Here. We've never wanted your kind." The boy didn't flinch. He raised his sword, and the blade blazed with light, not the cold light of electricity, but the warm, golden light of the sun on water. Shadows fled from the corners. The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees. "Put that down," the boy said quietly. "I don't want to hurt you. But I will not let you hurt him anymore." From the kitchen doorway, Harry watched it all unfold. And in that moment, something inside him cracked open. The shadows answered. They poured out of the cupboard, out of the corners, out of the spaces between seconds. They wrapped around Harry like a cloak, cold and hungry and angry. He felt their rage become his rage, their power become his power. The lights in the house flickered and died. The floorboards groaned. And somewhere deep beneath the earth, something ancient and terrible stirred in response to the call of its prince. "Harry," the boy shouted. But Harry couldn't hear him. The darkness was singing. And it wanted blood. Chapter 2, A Son of Poseidon Arrives. The rain had followed Percy Jackson all the way from London. That wasn't unusual. Rain followed him everywhere, even when the sky was clear and the weather forecast promised sunshine. His father had a sense of humor that way, or maybe a sense of obligation. Poseidon rarely showed his face, but the sea never forgot its own. Percy walked through the grey English morning with water dripping from his hair and the familiar weight of riptide in his pocket, disguised as a simple ballpoint pen. He'd been tracking the energy signature for 3 days. It started as a whisper, a faint pulse of power that brushed against his senses while he was hunting a stray hellhound near the Thames. The quest from Camp Half-Blood had been simple enough: track down the monster, kill it before it could hurt any mortals, and report back to Chiron. But the moment Percy stepped onto British soil, something changed. Another presence tugged at him. Stronger than the hellhound. Older than any monster he'd faced. Darker. Percy had felt power before. He'd stood in the presence of his father, felt the crushing weight of the ocean in a single glance. He'd faced Ares, the god of war, and lived to tell the tale. He'd walked through the underworld and stared into the eyes of Hades himself. But this was different. This was raw and untamed, buried deep beneath layers of mortal ordinariness, but unmistakably divine. So he'd followed it. Through the crowded streets of London, past the tourists and the red buses and the phone booths that smelled of stale urine. Through the suburbs where houses looked exactly the same and people walked their dogs and never once looked up at the sky. Through the rain that clung to him like a second skin, guiding him like a compass needle pointing north. And now he stood in front of number 4, Privet Drive, staring at a house that reeked of fear. Not monster fear. Not the sharp, acidic stench of a creature hiding in the shadows. Human fear. The worst kind. Percy's hand drifted to Riptide as he studied the building. Perfect lawn. Perfect hedges. Perfect white curtains pulled tight against the morning sun. It looked like every other house on the street, boring, ordinary, aggressively normal. But beneath that veneer of suburban respectability, something dark festered. He could feel it pressing against his senses like a bruise. And somewhere inside, that divine power pulsed. Weak. Hurt. Hungry. Percy climbed the front steps and rang the bell. The man who answered was large, not in the way of trained fighters, but in the way of too much food and too little movement. His mustache twitched like a frightened caterpillar, and his tiny eyes darted from Percy's wet clothes to his face and back again. The stench of fear intensified. "Hello," Percy said, keeping his voice light. "I'm looking for someone. Harry Potter. I believe he lives here." Something flickered across the man's face. Panic. Guilt. Rage, always rage, with bullies like this. Percy recognized the type. Gabe had worn the same expression every time he'd come home drunk and looking for someone smaller to hurt. "There's no one here by that name," the man snarled. "Get off my property before I call the police." Percy didn't move. He let his senses expand, reaching past the man's bluster and into the house beyond. And there, at the back of the building, beneath a staircase, he found it. A small, cramped space. A thin mattress. A boy. Trembling. "I can smell him," Percy said, and his voice came out harder than he intended. The sea stirred in his blood, responding to his anger. Rain began to fall harder, drumming against the roof and the sidewalk and the man's bald head. "He's in there. In a closet. I can feel him trembling from here." The man slammed the door. Percy caught it. Bronze flashed as he uncapped Riptide, the sword expanding in his hand with a familiar shing that always made monsters flinch. The blade gleamed in the watery light, celestial bronze etched with ancient Greek symbols that would look like random scratches to mortal eyes. He stepped inside. "I'm not leaving without him." The woman's scream told him everything he needed to know. She stood in a doorway, apron clutched to her chest, face the color of old cheese. Behind her, a boy the size of a baby whale stared at Percy with a mixture of terror and fascination, a broken television remote clutched in his pudgy fingers. Family, Percy realized. This is his family. And they'd locked him in a closet. The rage that burned through him had nothing to do with monsters or gods or ancient prophecies. It was simpler than that. Older. He thought about his mother, Sally Jackson, who had worked 3 jobs to keep him fed. Who had married Gabe to mask Percy's divine scent from the monsters that hunted him. Who had loved him fiercely, desperately, even when loving him put her in danger. And then he thought about Harry. A boy his own age, trapped beneath the stairs. A boy the gods had hidden for reasons Percy didn't yet understand. A boy whose power pulsed like a second heartbeat, divine and dark and terrifying. "You're going to regret this," Percy said quietly. He raised Riptide, letting the light catch the blade. "All of it. Every bruise. Every hungry night. Every time you looked at that boy and made him feel like he was nothing. The man, Vernon, Percy had seen the name on the mail slot, swung a heavy umbrella like a club. I warned you. I warned you all. We don't want your kind here. Percy didn't flinch. He'd faced worse than an overweight businessman with a grudge. He'd fought a minotaur with his bare hands. He'd battled hydras and Dracini and a god of war who could crush mountains. This man was nothing. Less than nothing. Put that down, Percy said. I don't want to hurt you. But I will not let you hurt him anymore. Behind Vernon, the woman, Petunia, let out a strangled sob. It's one of them, Vernon. One of them. They've come to take the boy away. That's the idea, Percy said. And then. The world went dark. Not the ordinary darkness of a power outage or a cloudy sky. This was deeper. Older. A darkness that swallowed light like a whale swallowing krill. Percy's sea-green eyes strained to adjust, but there was nothing to adjust to. The living room had vanished. The furniture, the walls, the screaming woman, all gone. Only the darkness remained. And in the center of it, a small, thin boy with wild black hair and cracked glasses. Harry Potter stood in the doorway of the kitchen, shadows writhing around him like living things. They curled around his arms and legs, wrapped around his throat like a necklace of pure night. His eyes, those brilliant green eyes that Percy had read about in Chiron's files, glowed faintly in the darkness, lit from within by something ancient and terrible. Harry, Percy said, lowering Riptide. My name is Percy. I'm not going to hurt you. The shadows hissed. Harry's face was blank, but tears streamed down his cheeks, cutting clean tracks through the dirt. He looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. Like he hadn't eaten a full meal in months. Like every word of comfort he'd ever heard had been a lie, and he was simply waiting for this one to be a lie too. You came, Harry whispered. His voice cracked on the second word, raw and young and unbearably sad. I heard you. In the storm. You said you were coming. And I came. Percy took a step forward. The shadows parted around him, reluctant but not hostile. They recognized something in him, maybe the salt on his skin, the sea in his blood. Darkness and water had always been cousins, close enough to dance without stepping on each other's toes. I'm here to take you somewhere safe. Somewhere you'll never have to go back into a cupboard again. Harry's lower lip trembled. The Dursleys said. The Dursleys are liars. Percy's voice hardened. Everything they've told you about yourself is a lie. You're not a freak. You're not a burden. You're not worthless. Then what am I? The question hung in the air between them, fragile as spun glass. Percy opened his mouth to answer. And the front door exploded inward. The monster that crashed through the wreckage was easily 12 feet tall, with skin the color of spoiled milk and muscles that bulged obscenely beneath a tattered loincloth. Its face was almost human, if humans had yellow fangs and eyes the color of fresh blood. A giant's club, studded with iron spikes, swung in one massive fist. Hungry, the monster bellowed. Master said there would be food. Percy cursed under his breath. A cyclops. A young one, by the look of it, the smaller ones were always the most aggressive, trying to prove themselves to their elders. The divine scent of Harry's power must have drawn it like a shark to blood. Get behind me, Percy ordered, raising Riptide. But Harry didn't move. The boy stood frozen in the kitchen doorway, shadows still swirling around him, his green eyes fixed on the monster with an expression Percy couldn't read. Not fear. Not exactly. Something closer to recognition, as if Harry had always known monsters were real and was simply relieved to finally see one. You. The Cyclops pointed a thick, sausage-like finger at Harry. Master wants you. The Dark One. The boy with the scar. Harry's hand drifted to his forehead, touching the lightning bolt scar that was already famous in a world he didn't know existed. What do you want with me? Sacrifice. The Cyclops drooled, thick yellow saliva dripping onto the ruined carpet. Blood for the ritual. Blood for the rising. Percy didn't wait to hear more. He lunged forward, riptide singing through the air in a gleaming arc. The Cyclops was fast, faster than something that size had any right to be, and brought its club up just in time to deflect the blow. Bronze screeched against iron, sparks showering the room like angry fireflies. "Harry, run!" Percy shouted. But Harry didn't run. He stood perfectly still, watching the battle with those glowing green eyes, and the shadows around him began to change. They stopped writhing and started growing, spreading across the floor like spilled ink, climbing the walls like ivy made of night. The temperature plummeted. Percy's breath fogged in front of his face. The Cyclops noticed too. It turned away from Percy, nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. What is this? This is not mortal magic. This is. Get away from him, Percy snarled, attacking again. This time, his blade found purchase. Riptide sank into the Cyclops' thigh, and the monster howled, a sound that shattered the remaining windows and sent plaster dust raining from the ceiling. Golden ichor, not red blood, sprayed from the wound. The Cyclops staggered, clutching its leg, and for a moment Percy thought it might flee. Then it grabbed Harry instead. One massive hand closed around the boy's entire torso, lifting him off his feet like a ragdoll. Harry gasped, a small, pained sound that made Percy's blood boil, and the shadows screamed in response. Asterisk, let him go. Asterisk. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, from the darkness and the light and the spaces between. It resonated in Percy's bones, in his teeth, in the marrow of his soul. He'd heard power like this before. In the throne room of Olympus. In the presence of the gods themselves. But this was different. This was older. Harry's eyes flashed, and the shadows exploded. The Cyclops didn't stand a chance. Darkness erupted from Harry's small body like a bomb, a shockwave of pure night that sent furniture flying and walls cracking. The monster was lifted off its feet and hurled through the front wall, tumbling across the lawn in a heap of broken limbs and confused bellows. Percy threw up an arm to shield his face, but the darkness passed through him like water through a sieve, cold, tingling, but not harmful. When he lowered his arm, the living room was destroyed. The television had shattered. The couch was upside down. The wallpaper hung in ribbons, revealing old plaster beneath. And in the center of it all, Harry Potter stood trembling, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, his glasses hanging crookedly from one ear. "I didn't mean," Harry started. "I didn't." "You saved our lives," Percy said. He meant it. That blast had been powerful enough to kill the Cyclops outright if it had been aimed differently. As it was, the monster was struggling to its feet outside, one arm hanging at a wrong angle, ichor streaming down its chest. "But we need to go. Now. Before it calls for backup." Harry looked at him with those ancient, terrified eyes. "Go where?" "Somewhere safe." Percy held out his hand. "Somewhere you'll learn what you are. Who your real family is." The boy stared at his hand for a long moment. The shadows whispered around his feet, uncertain and waiting. Percy could feel the weight of every choice Harry had ever been denied pressing down on this single moment, the chance to finally say yes to something that wasn't pain. "Will they lock me in a cupboard?" Harry asked quietly. Percy's heart broke. "No," he said. "Never again." Harry took his hand. His fingers were cold, colder than any living thing should be, but they held on with a desperate strength that told Percy everything he needed to know about the boy's life. This was someone who had never been offered kindness without strings attached. Someone who expected the hand to pull away, to turn into a fist, to disappear back into the darkness. Percy squeezed gently. "I've got you," he said. "Now let's get out of here." They ran. The Cyclops gave chase, but it was injured and slow, and Percy knew how to move through the mortal world without being seen. He pulled Harry through the back garden, over a fence, and into a narrow alley between two houses. The rain them, washing away their scent and muffling their footsteps. Behind them, the monster's bellows faded into the distance. Harry stumbled, and Percy caught him before he could fall. The boy was shivering violently, his thin t-shirt soaked through, his lips tinged with blue. The shadows had retreated back into whatever dark place they came from, leaving him looking small and fragile and utterly exhausted. "How did you find me?" Harry whispered. Percy pulled off his own jacket and wrapped it around Harry's shoulders. It was wet too, but it was warmer than nothing. "I followed the power. You're putting out a signal that every monster in the country can feel. It's a miracle you've survived this long." "A signal for what?" Percy hesitated. This wasn't how he'd planned to have this conversation. He'd imagined finding Harry, explaining things slowly, introducing him to Camp Half-Blood and Chiron and the world he was born into. But the Cyclops had changed things. The attack had changed things. And the raw power he'd just witnessed, power that should have been impossible for an untrained 8-year-old, had changed everything. "The world isn't what you think it is," Percy said carefully. "There are things out there. Old things. Gods and monsters and magic that most people never see." Harry's eyes widened. "Like the birds. The skeletal birds that watch me at night." Percy's blood ran cold. "Birds? What kind of birds?" "Bones," Harry said. "They're made of bones. And they have green eyes. They told me," they said. He stopped, swallowing hard. "They said the son of the sea was coming. They called me the son of Hades." The name hit Percy like a physical blow. Hades. God of the dead. Lord of the underworld. The eldest of the big three, alongside Zeus and Poseidon. The god who had sworn, along with his brothers, never to have any more children after World War II nearly tore Olympus apart. The god whose children were forbidden. The god whose children were hunted. "Oh, man," Percy breathed. "Oh, man. Chiron is going to lose his mind." "Who's Chiron?" "A centaur." Percy saw Harry's expression and quickly added, "He's not like the monsters. He's a teacher. A good one. He'll be able to explain this better than I can." "A centaur." Harry said the word like he was testing the weight of it. "Like from Greek myths?" "Exactly like from Greek myths. Because they're not myths, Harry. They're real. The gods are real. The monsters are real. And you," Percy took a deep breath. "You're the son of one of them. Hades. The Lord of the Dead." Harry stared at him. The rain fell around them, soaking through their clothes, plastering their hair to their foreheads. Somewhere in the distance, a siren wailed, police or ambulance or something else entirely. The world kept moving, ordinary and oblivious, while two boys stood in an alley and talked about gods. "I'm not," Harry said finally. "I'm nobody. I'm just Harry." "No." Percy shook his head. "You're not just anything. And I'm going to prove it to you." He pulled a golden drachma from his pocket and held it up to the rain. "Iris, goddess of the rainbow, accept my offering." The rain shimmered. A beam of light shot down from the clouds, refracting through the water droplets until an image formed in the air between them. A face, ancient and wise and undeniably horse-like beneath the human features. "Percy," Chiron said, his voice crackling with urgency. "Asterisk, where are you?" "The Hellhound, asterisk." "The Hellhound is dead," Percy said. "But I found something else." "Someone else." "You're not going to believe this." Chiron's eyes shifted, focusing on the small, shivering boy standing beside Percy. His weathered face went pale as a centaur's face could go. His hand, visible in the image, gripped a walking stick so hard the wood creaked. "Percy," Chiron whispered. Asterisk, "What have you done?" Asterisk. "I found Harry Potter," Percy said. "But that's not the crazy part. Chiron, he's not just a wizard. He's a demigod. He can control shadows. He's been seeing creatures from the underworld since he was little. And he told me," Percy swallowed. "He told me the birds called him the son of Hades." The silence that followed was deafening. Chiron's image flickered, the rain struggling to maintain the connection. When he spoke again, his voice was barely audible. "Bring him to camp," the centaur said. Asterisk, quickly. "Before the monsters find him again." "And Percy," asterisk. "Yeah." Asterisk, "Tell no one." "Not yet. There are forces in this world who would kill to possess that boy. And there are others who would kill to destroy him." Asterisk. The image vanished. Percy pocketed the drachma and looked at Harry. The boy's green eyes were wide, his face pale, but there was something else there too. Something that looked almost like hope. "Ready to see something amazing?" Percy asked. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About the spiders and the darkness and the sound of Uncle Vernon's fists. About the skeletal birds and the whispering shadows and the power that slept inside him like a dragon waiting to wake. He thought about the voice in the storm, calling his name. He thought about the boy with sea-green eyes, who had held out his hand and promised safety. "Yes," Harry said. Percy smiled, a real smile, warm and fierce and full of promise. "Then hold on tight. It's a long way to New York." He grabbed Harry's hand, and together they ran toward the ocean, toward the future, toward a destiny that would shake the foundations of two worlds. Behind them, Privet Drive burned. Not with fire, but with the memory of a boy who had finally escaped. And somewhere deep beneath the earth, in a palace of bones and shadow, the Lord of the Dead opened his eyes and smiled. At last, Hades whispered to the darkness. "My son is free." Chapter 3, The Rescue at Privet Drive. The rain stopped the moment they reached the ocean. Harry didn't understand how that was possible. They'd been running through the streets of Surrey for what felt like hours, dodging traffic and jumping fences and following Percy's unerring sense of direction. The rain had followed them the entire way, a constant companion that soaked through Percy's jacket and made Harry's already thin clothes cling to his skin like wet parchment. But the moment Percy's sneakers touched the sand at Brighton Beach, the clouds parted. Sunlight streamed down in golden shafts, turning the English Channel into a carpet of diamonds. The water lapped at the shore with a gentle, almost welcoming sound, and Harry could have sworn he saw faces in the waves, ancient, beautiful faces that smiled at Percy and then vanished beneath the surface. "You brought us to the beach?" Harry asked, shivering. Percy didn't answer. He was staring at the water with an expression Harry couldn't read, something between longing and pain, like a child looking through a window at a party he wasn't invited to attend. "I need to call for transport," Percy said finally. But first, he turned to face Harry. And his sea-green eyes softened. "First, I need to know if you're okay. Really okay. Not the, 'I'm fine,' you've been trained to say. The truth." Harry opened his mouth to lie. The words wouldn't come. He thought about the cupboard. About the bruises hidden beneath his shirt. About the hunger that had become so familiar he'd stopped noticing it. About the way Aunt Petunia looked at him like he was something that had crawled out of a drain, and the way Uncle Vernon's fists felt against his ribs, and the way Dudley's friends laughed when they held him down and took turns hitting him. "I don't know what okay feels like," Harry admitted. Percy's jaw tightened. "Your relatives. They hurt you." It wasn't a question. "Yes." "For how long?" Harry looked down at his hands. They were small and pale, the knuckles scarred from where Dudley had stomped on them last winter. "As long as I can remember. They took me in when I was a baby." My parents died in a car crash, they said. But I don't think that's true anymore. It's not, Percy said quietly. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't find you sooner. Harry looked up, surprised. You didn't know I existed. I should have. Percy ran a hand through his wet hair, frustration bleeding into his voice. The gods knew. Someone in Olympus knew. And they left you there, in that house, with those people, for 8 years. He kicked at the sand, sending a spray of grains into the air. It's not right. None of this is right. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He'd never had anyone be angry on his behalf before. It felt strange, uncomfortable, almost, like wearing shoes that were too big for his feet. What happens now? He asked. Percy took a deep breath, visibly pulling himself together. Now, we wait. I sent a message to camp through the Iris message. Chiron will send someone to get us. Probably a Pegasus, if we're lucky. Or maybe a magic taxi. The gods have weird taste in transportation. A Pegasus, Harry repeated. Like, a flying horse. Exactly like a flying horse. Percy smiled, and for a moment he looked almost like a normal 12-year-old boy. They're pretty great, actually. A little temperamental, but great. Harry tried to imagine riding a flying horse. Tried to imagine a world where such a thing was possible. His brain refused to cooperate. The concept was too large, too impossible, too far removed from the narrow confines of his cupboard. How do you know all this? He asked. About the gods and the monsters and everything. Percy's smile faded. Because I'm like you. Or, not exactly like you. Different parent. Same situation. He sat down on the sand, patting the ground beside him. Come on. This is going to be a long story, and you look like you're about to fall over. Harry hesitated for only a moment before sitting down. The sand was warm against his legs, heated by the sudden sun, and he realized with a start that he couldn't remember the last time he'd felt warm. The Dursleys kept the heating off in his cupboard, even in winter. My father is Poseidon, Percy said. God of the sea. Earth shaker. Stormbringer. All that stuff. Your father is a god. Yeah. Percy's voice was matter-of-fact, but Harry caught the undercurrent of something darker beneath it. He's not around much. Gods aren't, usually. They have their own stuff going on. But he claimed me when I was 12. Saved my life, actually. Sent a sign to let everyone know I was his. Harry turned this information over in his mind. And my father is Hades. So the bird said. And I felt it too, when the shadows erupted in that house. That wasn't mortal magic, Harry. That was divine. Pure, undiluted divine power. But I'm 8, Harry said. I'm just a kid. How can I have? He gestured vaguely at the air around them, as if to encompass everything that had happened in the past few hours. Percy shrugged. Being young doesn't make you less powerful. If anything, it makes you more dangerous. Untrained. Demigods attract monsters like crazy. That Cyclops tonight. It was probably drawn by your scent. The more powerful the demigod, the stronger the scent. Harry's stomach dropped. So the monsters will keep coming. Because of me? Because of us, Percy corrected. But don't worry. That's what camp is for. Camp Half-Blood. It's a safe place for demigods to train and learn and not get eaten by things that go bump in the night. Camp Half-Blood, Harry repeated. The name felt strange in his mouth, heavy with meaning he didn't yet understand. It's on Long Island, Percy said. Hidden from mortals. Protected by magic and the gods themselves. You'll be safe there. Safe. The word echoed in Harry's chest, resonating against ribs that had been broken and healed and broken again. He wanted to believe it. He wanted to believe that there was a place in the world where he wouldn't have to be afraid, wouldn't have to hide, wouldn't have to pretend to be less than he was. But he'd wanted to believe in a lot of things, once. "Percy," he said slowly, "why did no one come for me before? If I'm really the son of a god, if I'm really this powerful, why was I left with the Dursleys?" Percy was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful, measured, like someone walking through a minefield. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I intend to find out." The Pegasus arrived an hour later. Harry saw it first, a flash of white against the blue sky, growing larger as it descended toward the beach. His heart leaped into his throat. It was beautiful in a way he couldn't put into words, with wings that seemed to be made of pure light and eyes that sparkled like diamonds. The creature landed on the sand with barely a sound, folding its wings against its flanks and dipping its head in what looked like a bow. "Harry," Percy said, "meet Blackjack. He's a friend of mine." The Pegasus made a snorting sound that might have been a greeting. "You talk to horses?" Harry asked. "Pegasi," Percy corrected. "And yeah. It's a Poseidon thing. Water horses, mostly, but Pegasi like me well enough." He approached Blackjack and murmured something in a language Harry didn't recognize. The Pegasus nickered and nudged Percy's shoulder with its velvety nose. "He says the camp is on high alert," Percy translated. "Chiron sent word ahead about you. Everyone's losing their minds." Harry's stomach clenched. "Because of me? Because of what you represent?" Percy turned back to face him, and his expression was serious. "Harry, you have to understand, demigods don't just appear out of nowhere. We're usually found as babies or toddlers, when our scent is still faint. The fact that you survived 8 years without being eaten by a monster is nothing short of miraculous." "The Dursleys," Harry said slowly. "They never wanted me. But they kept me. Even though they hated me." Percy nodded. "Someone must have hidden you. Put charms on your house, maybe. Or made a deal with something powerful enough to mask your scent." He frowned. "The question is who? And why?" Harry thought about the skeletal birds. The whispering shadows. The way the darkness had answered his rage in the Dursleys' living room, tearing through the Cyclops like paper. "Something has been watching me," he said. "For as long as I can remember. In the cupboard. At night. They told me, the birds told me, that the Lord commanded them to watch." Percy's face went pale. "The Lord? As in? Lord of the Dead?" "I don't know." Harry hugged himself, suddenly cold despite the sun. "But I think my father knew where I was. I think he was protecting me. In his own way." The implications of that statement hung in the air between them, heavy and dangerous. "If Hades has been watching over you all this time," Percy said slowly, "then your existence isn't an accident. He knew about you. He hid you on purpose." His eyes widened. "Oh, gods. The big 3 oath. The promise not to have any more children. If Zeus finds out that Hades broke it, he'll what?" Harry's voice came out smaller than he intended. "Kill me." Percy didn't answer. Which was, in itself, an answer. The ride to Camp Half-Blood took 6 hours. Blackjack flew low over the Atlantic, skimming the waves to avoid mortal radar and monster detection. Harry clung to Percy's waist, his eyes squeezed shut, his entire body trembling with a mixture of terror and exhilaration. The wind roared in his ears. The ocean spray stung his face. And beneath it all, he could feel something stirring in his chest, a resonance with the darkness below, the crushing depths where no light could reach. "The sea does not like to be crossed by the son of death," whispered a voice in his mind. Harry's eyes snapped open. Beneath the waves, something moved. A shape, enormous, ancient, made of shadow and scale and teeth the size of swords, circled in the depths. Its eyes glowed green, identical to the eyes of the skeletal birds, and Harry knew with absolute certainty that it was looking at him. "Father," Harry breathed. The creature rose. Blackjack screamed and veered sharply, nearly throwing both boys into the sea. Percy shouted something unintelligible, wrestling with the reins, but Harry couldn't hear him. All he could hear was the voice, the deep, rumbling voice that echoed from the abyss. Not yet, my son. You are not ready to meet me. But soon. Very soon. The creature, the dragon, the sea serpent, the something that had no name in any mortal language, submerged again. The waves calmed. Blackjack stopped fighting and resumed his course, though his wings trembled with every beat. "What," Percy said through gritted teeth, "was that?" Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. His scar was burning, but not with pain, with recognition. With belonging. "That was my father," he said. "I think he wanted to say hello." Percy was quiet for a long time. Then he laughed, a shaky, slightly hysterical laugh that didn't sound anything like amusement. "Of course. Of course the Lord of the Dead has a pet sea monster. Why wouldn't he? Why would anything in our lives be normal?" Harry didn't laugh. He was still staring at the water, at the place where the creature had vanished, and his chest ached with a loneliness he'd never fully understood until this moment. His father was out there. His father had been watching. And for reasons Harry couldn't begin to fathom, the Lord of the Dead had left him in a cupboard for 8 years. Camp Half-Blood appeared on the horizon just as the sun began to set. At first, Harry thought he was hallucinating. The landscape below looked like something out of a dream, rolling hills covered in wildflowers, a sparkling blue lake, forests that seemed to glow with their own inner light. And scattered across the valley, buildings that ranged from ancient Greek temples to modern cabins to structures that didn't seem to belong to any time at all. But it was the barrier that caught Harry's attention. A shimmering dome of gold and silver covered the entire camp, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. As Blackjack descended toward it, the dome parted to let them through, and Harry felt a wave of warmth wash over him, not physical warmth, but something deeper. A sense of safety he'd never experienced before. The Pegasus landed in a central courtyard, and Harry slid off its back onto legs that felt like jelly. He barely had time to take in his surroundings before a voice boomed across the clearing. "Percy Jackson. You have brought trouble to our doorstep." Harry turned. The speaker was not human. He stood 7 feet tall, with the torso of a man and the body of a white stallion. His hair was gray and his beard was long, but his eyes were young, ancient and young at the same time, like river stones that had been smoothed by millennia of flowing water. A bow was slung across his back, and a quiver full of arrows hung at his hip. Harry had read about centaurs in storybooks. This was not a storybook. "Chiron," Percy said, dismounting with considerably more grace than Harry had managed. "I know this looks bad." "Bad?" The centaur's voice was sharp. "Percy, you have brought the son of Hades to the one place in the world most vulnerable to his power. Do you understand what you have done?" Harry flinched. Percy stepped between him and the centaur, his hand dropping to riptide. "I understand that I found an 8-year-old boy locked in a cupboard, Chiron. Beaten. Starved. Alone. I understand that monsters are already hunting him. And I understand that whatever the gods have against Hades, this kid didn't ask to be born." The centaur, Chiron, studied Percy for a long moment. Then his gaze shifted to Harry, and something in his expression softened. "Child," he said, "come closer." Harry hesitated. Percy nodded encouragement. Slowly, Harry walked forward. His legs shook. His hands trembled. But he kept moving, one step at a time, until he stood directly in front of the centaur. Chiron knelt, bringing his face level with Harry's. His eyes were the color of old gold, and they seemed to look straight through Harry's skin, past his bones, into the very core of his soul. "Remarkable," Chiron whispered. The power I feel in you. I have not felt its like in centuries. Not since the age of heroes. Harry swallowed. What am I? Chiron's expression grew sad. That, my boy, is the question of the age. You are a wizard, of that I have no doubt. The magical signature around you is unmistakable. But beneath that. He shook his head. Beneath that is something far older. Far darker. Far more powerful than any magic Hogwarts could teach. A wizard? Percy interrupted. What do you mean, a wizard? Like, magic wands and cauldrons and stuff? The wizarding world exists alongside our own, Chiron said. Hidden, as we are hidden. They call themselves witches and wizards, and they draw their power from bloodlines that stretch back thousands of years. He looked at Harry again. Your mother, Lily Evans, was one of the most powerful witches of her generation. And your father? He trailed off. My father is Hades, Harry finished. Chiron nodded slowly. So it seems. But the question is how? The gods do not often consort with mortals who already possess magical abilities. The combination is unstable. Unstable how? Percy asked. Chiron didn't answer. He was staring at Harry's forehead, at the scar hidden beneath his messy black hair. His golden eyes had gone wide with something that looked like fear. That mark, Chiron said. Where did you get it? Harry's hand drifted to his forehead. I don't know. I've had it as long as I can remember. The Dursleys said my parents died in a car crash, but they lied. Chiron's voice was hard. That scar is not from any car crash. It is a cursed scar. A mark left by dark magic. He straightened to his full height, his hooves scraping against the stone courtyard. Percy, take the boy to the big house. I must send messages. There are those who need to know he has been found. Who? Percy asked. But Chiron was already cantering away, his horse half carrying him across the grounds with surprising speed. Harry watched him go, his heart sinking. He'd only been at Camp Half-Blood for 5 minutes, and already he could feel the weight of expectations pressing down on him. Chiron was afraid of him. Percy was protecting him. And somewhere in the shadows, his father was watching. Come on, Percy said, placing a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Let's get you inside. You look like you're about to collapse. Harry nodded numbly. He followed Percy across the courtyard, past cabins decorated with Greek letters and statues of gods he'd only read about in myths. Campers watched him from doorways and windows, their faces a mixture of curiosity and fear. Whispered words followed him like ghosts. Son of Hades. The Big Three oath. Asterisk, he's just a kid, asterisk. He's a monster. Harry's hands clenched into fists. The shadows at his feet stirred. And somewhere in the darkness beneath the earth, the Lord of the Dead smiled. Chapter 4, Chiron's shocking discovery. The big house smelled like lemon furniture polish and ancient parchment. Harry sat on a worn leather couch in Chiron's private study, his hands folded in his lap, his eyes darting around the room. Bookshelves lined every wall, stuffed with scrolls and tomes in languages he didn't recognize. A fireplace crackled in the corner, casting dancing shadows across the ceiling. And mounted above the mantel, impossible, was a glowing bronze trident that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. Percy stood by the window, watching the campers outside with a carefully neutral expression. But Harry could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hand kept drifting to the pen in his pocket. You didn't have to stay, Harry said quietly. Percy glanced at him. Yeah, I did. Why? Because you're scared. Percy's voice was matter-of-fact, without pity. And because I remember what it felt like when I first came here. The confusion. The fear. The feeling that everyone was looking at you like you were a bomb about to go off. He shrugged. Figured you could use a friend. Harry's throat tightened. He'd never had a friend before. The Dursleys had made sure of that, telling teachers he was disturbed, neighbors he was dangerous, other children he was vermin. No one had ever looked at him the way Percy was looking at him now. Like he mattered. What's it like? Harry asked. Living here, I mean. It's. Percy paused, searching for words. It's chaotic. And dangerous. And sometimes terrifying. But it's also the only place I've ever felt like I belonged. He smiled, small and sad. The campers become your family. The satyrs and nymphs and centaurs become your teachers. And the gods. He trailed off. The gods are complicated. Complicated. How? Percy opened his mouth to answer, but before he could, the study door swung open. Chiron clip-clopped inside, followed by a man Harry hadn't seen before. This new arrival was tall and thin, with brown hair streaked with gray and a face that looked like it had been carved from old wood. He wore a business suit that seemed out of place in the magical study, and his eyes, sharp, intelligent, vaguely disturbing, fixed on Harry the moment he entered. Mr. Jackson, the man said, his voice dry as dead leaves. I see you've brought us quite the puzzle. Percy straightened. Mr. D. This is Harry Potter. Harry, this is Dionysus. God of wine. He's the camp director. Harry blinked. The man, the god, looked at him with undisguised disdain. Wonderful. Another half-blood with delusions of grandeur. Just what this camp needs. Dionysus, Chiron said warningly. I'm not being cruel, Chiron. I'm being realistic. Dionysus waved a hand toward Harry. The boy is the son of Hades. That makes him dangerous by definition. The last son of Hades we hosted tried to kill everyone in this camp and succeeded in killing half a dozen demigods before we put him down. Harry's blood turned to ice. Dionysus. Chiron's voice cracked like a whip. What? He should know the truth. The god of wine turned his dark eyes on Harry. Your half-brother, Nico D'Angelo, hasn't been born yet. But your other half-brother, Bianca's brother, isn't the only child of Hades who caused trouble. There was another, centuries ago. A boy named Diocletian. He raised an army of the dead and tried to storm Olympus itself. I'm not him, Harry whispered. Aren't you? Dionysus tilted his head. The power in you feels similar. Darker, actually. As if your mortal blood enhanced rather than diluted the divine. Percy stepped between Harry and the god. That's enough. He's 8 years old. He's been locked in a cupboard his whole life. He doesn't even know what a demigod is yet. You can't judge him for what his siblings did. Dionysus raised an eyebrow. Protective, aren't we? How very Poseidon of you. Percy. Chiron moved to stand beside the couch, his presence somehow both imposing and comforting. Dionysus speaks harshly, but he is not wrong about the danger. Children of the big three, Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, are the most powerful demigods in existence. Their powers can shape the world. Their tempers can level cities. And their enemies. He paused. Their enemies are legion. Harry looked down at his hands. They were small. Ordinary. Covered in the same scars and calluses he'd earned from years of Dudley's bullying and Aunt Petunia's cleaning. I don't want to be dangerous, he said. I just want to not be locked in a cupboard anymore. The silence that followed was heavy. Then Dionysus laughed, a short, barking sound with no humor in it. Oh, my dear boy. You have no idea what you want. None of you ever do. He turned and walked toward the door. Chiron, do what you will with him. But if he destroys my camp, I'm holding you personally responsible. The door slammed behind him. Percy let out a breath. Sorry about him. He's always like that. He's afraid, Chiron said quietly. They all are. The gods, the campers, even me. He sat down on a stool across from Harry, his horse half folding beneath him with surprising grace. Fear makes people cruel, Harry. Remember that. And try not to hold it against them. Harry nodded, though his chest still ached from Dionysus's words. Now. Chiron leaned forward, his golden eyes intent. I need to examine you. Properly. There are tests I can perform, magical and divine, that will tell us exactly what we're dealing with. Will you allow me to do this? Harry looked at Percy. Percy nodded. Okay, Harry said. Do what you need to do. The examination took 2 hours. Chiron began with simple questions, Harry's birth date, his earliest memories, the strange occurrences that had followed him throughout his childhood. Harry answered as best he could, though many of his memories were foggy or fractured. The Dursleys had never encouraged reflection. They'd preferred him silent and invisible and gone. Your mother, Chiron said, writing notes on a piece of parchment with a quill that moved on its own. What did your aunt tell you about her? That she was a drunk, Harry said flatly. That she and my father died in a car crash because he was driving too fast. That she was a freak who abandoned her family for a no-good layabout. Chiron's quill stopped moving. Percy made a sound like a growl. None of that is true, Chiron said carefully. Lily Potter, Lily Evans, as she was before marriage, was one of the brightest witches to ever attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She was top of her class in charms, potions, and transfiguration. She was kind, brave, and fiercely loyal. And she loved you more than life itself. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly, refusing to let the tears fall. He'd learned long ago that crying didn't help. It only made the Dursleys hit harder. How did she die? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Chiron and Percy exchanged a glance. We don't know all the details, Chiron admitted. The wizarding world believes she and her husband were killed by a dark wizard named Lord Voldemort. But the circumstances surrounding their deaths are unusual. Fragmented. As if someone deliberately erased the truth. Voldemort, Harry repeated. The name felt strange in his mouth, wrong, somehow, like a note played off-key. He was the most powerful dark wizard of the age, Chiron said. Terrifying. Unstoppable. Until the night he came to your house in Godric's Hollow. The centaur's eyes fixed on Harry's scar. Until the night he tried to kill you and failed. Harry touched his forehead. This scar. That's from him. So the wizarding world believes. Chiron reached out and gently pulled Harry's hand away from his face. May I? Harry nodded. Chiron placed 2 fingers on the scar, and Harry gasped. The world exploded into light. He saw a cottage, small, cozy, surrounded by a garden full of flowers that bloomed even in winter. He saw a woman with red hair and green eyes, his eyes, bending over a crib, singing a lullaby in a language he didn't recognize. He saw a man with messy black hair and round glasses, laughing as he changed a diaper with clumsy, loving hands. He saw himself as a baby, pudgy and perfect, reaching for a stuffed toy dragon that breathed puffs of harmless smoke. He saw the door explode inward. A figure entered, tall and thin, with a face like a skull and eyes like red coals. He wore black robes and carried a wand made of yew, and when he spoke, his voice was high and cold and utterly without mercy. Stand aside, Lily. No. Stand aside, foolish girl. I have no quarrel with you. Not my son. Please. Not my son. Take me instead. The red eyes narrowed. The wand rose. Asterisk, Avada Kedavra. Asterisk. Green light filled the room. Lily fell. Harry screamed, the baby in the memory screamed, and the dark wizard turned toward the crib with a smile that held nothing human. But before he could raise his wand again, the shadows in the corner of the nursery moved. They coalesced into a shape, tall, terrible, crowned with obsidian and wearing robes made of pure darkness. The Lord of the Dead stepped between the dark wizard and the crib, and his eyes burned with a fire that made Voldemort's red gaze seem like candlelight. "You will not touch him," Hades said. And the memory shattered. Harry woke on the floor of Chiron's study, gasping for breath. Percy knelt beside him, one hand on his shoulder, his face pale. "Harry. Harry, can you hear me?" "I saw," Harry coughed, his chest heaving. "I saw my mother. I saw him, the dark wizard, and then my father appeared. He saved me. Hades saved me." Chiron stood by the fireplace, his face ashen. The trident above the mantel was glowing brighter. Now, pulsing in time with Harry's heartbeat. "I was afraid of this," Chiron said. Hades broke the oath. Not just by fathering a child, but by intervening directly in mortal affairs. If Zeus discovers this, he already knows. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off the walls and ceiling and floor. The temperature in the room plummeted. Shadows poured from the corners, pooling in the center of the study, rising like water filling a glass. Harry scrambled backward. Percy drew riptide. But Chiron simply bowed his head. "My lord. We were not expecting you." The shadows solidified into a figure, tall and pale, with long black hair and eyes that glittered like chips of obsidian. He wore a crown of dark metal and robes that seemed to drink the light around them. His face was handsome in the way a glacier was beautiful, cold, ancient, utterly unconcerned with human notions of comfort. Hades, Lord of the Dead, had come to Camp Half-Blood. "My son," Hades said, his voice echoing with the weight of 10,000 graves. "You look like your mother." Harry couldn't speak. Couldn't breathe. The power radiating from this being was overwhelming, not cruel, not kind, simply absolute. Like standing at the edge of an abyss and realizing the abyss was staring back. "You should not be here," Chiron said. "The barrier is nothing to me." Hades waved a hand dismissively. "I am one of the elder gods, Centaur. Your camp's protections are designed to keep out monsters, not the lord of the underworld." His dark eyes fixed on Harry again. "I have waited 8 years for this moment. 8 years of watching from the shadows, unable to reach you, unable to claim you." "Why?" Harry's voice cracked. "Why did you leave me there? With them? If you're my father, why didn't you save me?" Something flickered across Hades's face, pain, perhaps, or guilt. It vanished before Harry could be sure. "The day you were born," Hades said, "a prophecy was spoken. Not by the oracle of Delphi, by something older. Something darker. It said that the son of the dead and the daughter of magic would bring either salvation or destruction to both our worlds." "The great prophecy?" Percy interrupted. "The one about the child of the big three?" "No." Hades's voice was soft. "This prophecy was older. Wilder. It spoke of a child who would walk between worlds, who would command both the living and the dead, who would wield magic that had not been seen since the age of the Titans." He knelt, actually knelt, so that his face was level with Harry's. "You are that child, Harry. You are the bridge between Olympus and the wizarding world. And there are those in both realms who would kill you to prevent what you represent." Harry's mind raced. "So you hid me. With muggles. With people who hate magic and gods and everything I am." "I hid you with your mother's sister," Hades corrected. "Petunia Evans is a bitter, frightened woman. But she is also bound by ancient blood magic, the same magic that protected you from Voldemort. As long as you called her house home, no monster could find you. No wizard could track you. No god could touch you. You used me as bait, Harry whispered. You put me in that cupboard and locked the door and hoped no one would notice. I protected you. Hades's voice hardened. There is a difference. Is there? Harry's hands were shaking. The shadows in the room were trembling too, responding to his anger, his fear, his crushing sense of betrayal. I was beaten. Starved. Locked in a closet for 8 years. And you watched. You sent your birds to watch, but you never came. You never helped. You never. I could not. Hades stood abruptly, his robes swirling. The oath, boy. The oath that binds me and my brothers. If I had interfered directly, Zeus would have destroyed you to punish me. The only way to keep you alive was to hide you somewhere even the gods could not see. The Dursley's house, Chiron said slowly. It was warded against divine sight. And against magical detection, Hades agreed. Lily's sacrifice created a barrier that Voldemort could not cross. I added my own protections, shadows that would mask Harry's scent from monsters, spells that would turn away anyone seeking to harm him. But the protections came with a cost. He looked at Harry with something that might have been sorrow. They could not shield him from ordinary cruelty. Only from the supernatural kind. Percy sheathed Riptide. So you knew he was being abused. I knew. Hades's jaw tightened. And every night, I sat on my throne in the underworld and listened to him cry, and I could do nothing. Because if I had acted, if I had so much as shown my face in that house, Zeus would have declared war. And Harry would have been the first casualty. The room fell silent. Harry's tears fell silently onto the worn leather of the couch. He didn't bother wiping them away. What was the point? His father had watched him suffer for 8 years and done nothing. His mother was dead. His relatives hated him. And he was apparently at the center of a prophecy that could destroy 2 worlds. Why now? Harry asked. Why did you let Percy find me now? Because the protections were failing, Hades said. The blood magic Lily invoked was never meant to last this long. Every year, it grew weaker. Every year, the monsters came closer to finding you. And 3 days ago, the final ward collapsed. He glanced at Percy. Your demigod friend didn't find you by accident, Harry. He was drawn to you because the barriers that kept you hidden had finally crumbled. Percy's eyes widened. You're saying I was a beacon? That the whole quest was a coincidence, Hades said. Or fate. Or the will of powers even the gods do not fully understand. He turned back to Harry. The point is, you are no longer hidden. Voldemort's followers will seek you. Zeus's monsters will hunt you. And the forces that conspire to control your destiny will stop at nothing to claim you. So what do I do? Harry asked. Hades reached into his robes and withdrew something small and dark, a pendant made of obsidian, carved with symbols that seemed to move when Harry looked at them directly. This is the key of night, Hades said. An ancient artifact forged in the depths of Tartarus. It will allow you to access powers that are rightfully yours, powers over shadows, spirits, and the precious metals of the earth. Wear it always. Let no one take it from you. Harry stared at the pendant. It called to him. Not with words, with something deeper, something that resonated in his bones and blood and soul. The shadows in the room leaned toward it, reaching like flowers toward the sun. What's the catch? Percy asked suspiciously. Hades smiled, a thin, cold expression that didn't reach his eyes. There is always a catch, son of Poseidon. The key of night will amplify Harry's powers, yes. But it will also amplify his emotions. His anger. His fear. His despair. If he loses control. The god shrugged. The results could be catastrophic. Then why give it to him at all? Because he will need every advantage he can get. Hades pressed the pendant into Harry's hands. The war is coming, my son. Not just between gods and titans, between worlds. And you are the only one who can stand in the gap. Harry looked down at the key of night. It was cold against his palms. Cold and heavy and hungry. I don't want to be a weapon, he said quietly. I just want to be a kid. Hades's expression softened, just for a moment. I know. And I am sorry. But the world does not care what we want, Harry. It only cares what we are. And with those words, the Lord of the Dead dissolved into shadows, leaving Harry alone with a pendant that hummed with dark power and a destiny he had never asked for. Percy sat down beside him on the couch. You okay? He asked. Harry laughed, a broken, bitter sound. No, he said. But I don't think I've ever been okay. I just didn't know it until now. Chiron placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Rest now, child. Tomorrow, we begin your training. And heaven help us all if we fail. Chapter 5, The Lord of the Dead appears. Harry didn't sleep that night. He lay in a real bed, soft, warm, with pillows that smelled like lavender, staring at the ceiling of cabin 11. The Hermes cabin was overcrowded and noisy, filled with unclaimed demigods who snored and muttered and occasionally cried out in their sleep. But Harry couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw his mother falling. Green light. Shadows rising. And his father's face, cold and ancient and full of sorrow. Around his neck, the key of night pulsed gently against his skin, a heartbeat that wasn't his own. The obsidian pendant felt warm now, not cold, as if it had absorbed his body heat and made itself comfortable. He touched it with trembling fingers and felt power thrum beneath his touch, dark, hungry, waiting. Asterisk, you should wear it always. Asterisk. Hades's words echoed in his mind. Asterisk, let no one take it from you. Asterisk. Harry turned the pendant over in his hands, studying the symbols carved into its surface. They seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them, skulls becoming stars, stars becoming eyes, eyes becoming something else entirely. A language older than Greek. Older than human speech. A voice from the bunk above him whispered, "Can't sleep either." Harry looked up. A boy with curly brown hair and freckles was hanging upside down over the edge of the upper bunk, his face inches from Harry's. "I'm Connor," the boy said. Connor Stoll. "You're the new kid, right? The one who's supposed to be a son of Hades?" Harry's stomach clenched. News travels fast. We're demigods. Connor grinned. Gossip is basically a survival skill. Also, Chiron called a camp-wide meeting after you went to bed. Everyone knows who you are now. Everyone. Everyone. Connor's grin faded. Some of them are scared of you. Some of them are angry. And some of them, he glanced around the darkened cabin, lowering his voice. Some of them think you shouldn't be here at all. Harry sat up, clutching the pendant. Where else am I supposed to go? Connor shrugged. Back to wherever you came from, I guess. Or to the underworld. Or. Connor. A sharp voice cut through the darkness. Stop scaring the new kid. A girl emerged from the shadows of the cabin, taller than Connor, with blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail and stormy gray eyes that missed nothing. She wore pajamas covered in owl patterns and carried a book under her arm. Annabeth, Connor said, sounding annoyed. I wasn't scaring him. I was educating him. You were being an idiot. The girl, Annabeth, turned to Harry, and her expression softened slightly. I'm Annabeth Chase. Daughter of Athena. I help new campers adjust. She sat down on the edge of his bed without asking permission. Percy told me about your situation. The cupboard. Your relatives. What happened before he found you? Harry's face burned. He wasn't supposed to tell anyone. He told me because I'm his friend, and because he needed advice on how to help you. Annabeth's gray eyes were steady, assessing. Percy's good at a lot of things. Fighting monsters. Being brave. Making friends with people who shouldn't like him. But he's not good at subtlety. Or planning. Or understanding why some people react the way they do. And you are. I'm the daughter of the wisdom goddess. Annabeth smiled slightly. Subtlety and planning are kind of my thing. Harry looked down at his hands. Everyone's scared of me. Everyone's scared of everything, Annabeth said. That's not about you. That's about the world we live in. Monsters are real. Gods are real. Death is real. And you, she touched the key of night gently, her fingers hovering above the obsidian. You represent something most demigods spend their whole lives trying not to think about. Death. The underworld. Annabeth's voice was quiet. What happens after we die? Most demigods don't survive to adulthood, Harry. We get killed by monsters or quests or each other. And the idea that someone here, someone in this camp, has power over what comes next. She shook her head. It's terrifying. Harry thought about the skeletal birds. The whispering shadows. The way the darkness had exploded from his body in the Dursleys' living room, throwing a cyclops across the lawn. I don't know how to control it, he admitted. The power. It just happens. When I'm angry or scared or sad. That's normal for untrained demigods, Annabeth said. But for you, it's more dangerous. Your powers are tied to the underworld. To death itself. If you lose control here, at camp, surrounded by half-bloods who already fear you. She paused. It could validate every bad thing they're thinking. Harry's chest tightened. So I have to be perfect. All the time. No mistakes. No, Annabeth said. You have to be careful. There's a difference. She stood up. Tomorrow, we start training. Chiron will teach you the basics of combat. I'll teach you how to think strategically. And Percy will, she hesitated. Percy will be your friend. That's what he's good at. She walked back toward her bunk, leaving Harry alone with Connor, who had retreated to his own bed. Harry lay back down and stared at the ceiling. The key of night pulsed against his chest. And somewhere in the darkness beneath the earth, he felt his father watching. Morning came too quickly. Harry woke to the sound of a conch shell being blown somewhere outside the cabin. Campers scrambled out of bed, pulling on clothes and grabbing weapons and shoving each other toward the door. Connor tossed a pair of jeans and an orange t-shirt at Harry's head. Put these on. Breakfast is in 15 minutes, and if you're late, the harpies will eat you. The harpies will what? But Connor was already gone. Harry dressed quickly, his fingers fumbling with unfamiliar buttons and zippers. The orange shirt had letters across the chest, Camp Half-Blood. It smelled like sunshine and laundry soap, a smell he associated with nothing in his life except the rare moments when Aunt Petunia had let him use the washing machine. He followed the crowd of campers toward a large open-air dining pavilion overlooking the sea. Rows of wooden tables stretched across the marble floor, each table decorated with a different symbol, a trident, a lightning bolt, a dove, a crescent moon. At the head of the pavilion, a massive bronze brazier burned with green flame. Chiron stood by the brazier, his horse half hidden beneath a magical wheelchair that made him look like an ordinary, if unusually large, man. When he saw Harry, he beckoned. Come, child. You will sit at the Hades table. Harry looked around. Where is it? Chiron pointed to a table at the far end of the pavilion, empty, dark, carved from black marble instead of white. A single pomegranate sat in the center, and the symbol above it was a skull surrounded by shadows. No one sat there. No one ever sat there. Harry walked toward the table with his heart in his throat. Campers stared at him as he passed, some curious, some fearful, some openly hostile. He heard whispered words, "Death, dangerous, shouldn't be here," like the last one. He sat down alone. The pomegranate stared at him with its dark, jewel-like seeds. "Eat," whispered a voice in his mind. Asterisk, "taste the fruit of your father's realm." Asterisk. Harry's hand moved toward the fruit before he could stop himself. His fingers brushed the skin. "Don't." Percy slid onto the bench across from him, his expression serious. Pomegranates are Hades's sacred fruit. Eating one in his presence, even symbolically, can bind you to the underworld. Harry pulled his hand back. "I wasn't going to eat it. You were reaching for it." Harry shook his head. "I couldn't stop. It was like something was pulling me." Percy's sea-green eyes darkened. "That's what I was afraid of. The key of night is influencing you. Bringing out the parts of you that belong to your father." He leaned forward. "You need to learn control, Harry. Fast. Before the pendant learns you." "How do I learn control?" "By training. By fighting. By almost dying a few times." Percy shrugged. "The usual demigod stuff." Food appeared on the table, eggs and bacon and toast and orange juice, steaming hot and perfectly cooked. Harry stared at it, overwhelmed. He'd never seen so much food in one place. At the Dursleys, he'd eaten leftovers and scraps, whatever was left after Dudley had finished gorging himself. "Is this real?" he asked. "The gods provide," Percy said. "It's one of the perks of being a half-blood. The food's always good, and there's always enough." He loaded his plate. "Eat. You'll need your strength for training." Harry ate. And ate. And ate. By the time he finished his third helping of bacon, he felt almost human. The shadows at his feet had stopped writhing. The key of night had stopped pulsing. For the first time in his life, his stomach was full and warm. "Better?" Percy asked. "Yeah." Harry wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "Thanks." "Don't thank me. Thank the nymphs who cooked it." Percy stood up. "Now come on. Chiron wants to start your combat training, and Annabeth wants to run you through some strategy exercises. And after that," he grinned. "After that, I get to show you the obstacle course." Harry had no idea what an obstacle course was. But for the first time in his life, he was excited to find out. Training was brutal. Chiron started with the basics: how to stand, how to hold a sword, how to block and parry and strike. Harry had never held a weapon before, and the practice blade felt awkward in his grip, too heavy and too light at the same time. He dropped it 7 times. He tripped over his own feet 11 times. He nearly impaled himself on his own sword twice. But Chiron didn't get frustrated. "You're thinking too much," the centaur said, circling Harry in the combat arena. "Your body knows what to do. You just have to stop your mind from getting in the way." "How does my body know what to do?" Harry panted. "I've never fought anything in my life." "Your father is the god of war." "No, not war. Death." Chiron corrected himself. "Hades is not Ares. He does not delight in bloodshed. But he is a master of strategy, of patience, of knowing when to strike and when to wait. Those instincts are in your blood, Harry. You just have to trust them." Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the darkness. He thought about the way it had exploded from him in the Dursleys' living room, responding to his rage like a loyal hound. He thought about his father's voice, "Let no one take it from you." When he opened his eyes, the world looked different. The shadows around the arena seemed sharper, more defined. He could see the way they pooled in corners and crevices, the way they shifted when the wind blew, the way they listened when he focused on them. He raised his sword. And the shadows moved with him. The practice dummy in the center of the arena was made of straw and canvas, but when Harry struck it, the blade cut through like it was made of paper. Shadows wrapped around the dummy's legs, holding it in place. Shadows wrapped around its arms, pinning them to its sides. Shadows wrapped around its throat. Harry. Chiron's voice broke through the haze. Harry blinked. The shadows retreated. The dummy fell to the ground in pieces, shredded by a force Harry didn't remember unleashing. I didn't mean to, Harry stammered. I was thinking about your father, Chiron finished. His golden eyes were unreadable. Yes. I noticed. Percy, who had been watching from the sidelines, walked into the arena. That was amazing. And terrifying. Mostly terrifying. Percy, Chiron said sharply. Not helpful. I'm just saying. Percy held up his hands. He destroyed a training dummy in 3 seconds. Most new demigods can't even pick up a sword without hurting themselves. But most new demigods don't have the power of the underworld flowing through their veins. Chiron turned back to Harry. You lost control, Harry. For a moment, the shadows were in charge, not you. Harry's hands were shaking. How do I stop that from happening? Practice. Chiron's voice softened. And patience. You cannot master your powers overnight. But you can learn to recognize when they are about to take over. The key of night will help you focus, but it cannot control you. Only you can do that. Harry touched the pendant. It was warm again. Hungry. Asterisk, let no one take it from you. Asterisk. I'll try harder, Harry said. Chiron nodded. That is all anyone can ask. Annabeth's strategy session was less physically demanding but no less exhausting. She spread a map of the camp across a table in the library and quizzed Harry on defensive positions, escape routes, and potential ambush points. Her questions came fast and sharp, and she accepted no wrong answers. If monsters attack from the north, where do you go? To the big house. Wrong. The big house is the first place they'll target. Go to the armory instead, it's fortified and stocked with weapons. Harry scribbled notes on a piece of parchment, his hand cramping. How do you remember all of this? Because my mother is the goddess of wisdom, Annabeth said. Strategy is in my blood. Just like shadows are in yours. But I don't want shadows in my blood. Annabeth's gray eyes softened. I know. None of us want the powers we're born with. Percy didn't want to control water. I didn't want to be smarter than everyone else. But we don't get to choose, Harry. We only get to decide what we do with what we're given. Harry looked down at the map. What would you do, he asked quietly, if you were me? Annabeth was silent for a long moment. I would survive, she said finally. I would learn everything I could about my powers, about my enemies, about the world I'd been thrown into. I would make friends with people who had my back. And I would never, ever let anyone lock me in a cupboard again. Harry's eyes burned. That's what I want, he said. To never go back. Then don't. Annabeth rolled up the map. You're a demigod now, Harry. Son of Hades. Heir of the underworld. Your past doesn't define you. Your future does. The obstacle course was exactly as terrifying as Percy had promised. It was set up in the woods behind the archery range, a maze of ropes, walls, nets, and pits filled with something that looked suspiciously like quicksand. Campers ran through it in groups, dodging rubber arrows and fake monster claws and occasionally real monsters that had been enchanted not to kill. Your turn, Percy said, pushing Harry toward the starting line. Harry looked at the course. At the ropes swinging over pits. At the walls that seemed to grow higher the longer he stared. I can't do this. Yes, you can. I'm 8 years old. So was I when I started. Percy's voice was kind but firm. The course adjusts to your skill level. It won't kill you. Probably. Probably. Percy grinned. That's the spirit. Harry took a deep breath and stepped onto the course. The first obstacle was a balance beam over a pool of water. Harry made it halfway across before his foot slipped and he plunged into the pool, which turned out to be only 2 feet deep and filled with foam rubber instead of actual water. I'm okay, he called out, sputtering. Keep going. Percy shouted from the sidelines. Harry climbed out of the pool and kept moving. Crawl under the net. Jump over the wall. Swing across the pit. Dodge the rubber arrows. Climb the rope ladder. Duck under the swinging log. Run, run, run. By the time he reached the end of the course, his legs were shaking, his arms were covered in rope burns, and his glasses were hanging crookedly from one ear. But he'd made it. He'd actually made it. Percy was waiting for him at the finish line, grinning like an idiot. See? Told you. Harry collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath. That was the hardest thing I've ever done. Wait until tomorrow, Percy said. Chiron adds new obstacles every week. Harry groaned. But beneath the exhaustion, beneath the fear and confusion and grief, something else was growing. Hope. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt like he might actually belong somewhere. That night, the shadows came again. Harry woke in the Hermes cabin to find the skeletal birds perched on the rafters, their green eyes glowing in the darkness. But this time, he wasn't afraid. What do you want? He whispered. The largest bird hopped down and landed on his chest, weightless as a cobweb. Its skull tilted, and when it spoke, it was not with the voice of a creature. It was with the voice of his father. Come to the edge of the woods, my son. There are things we must discuss. Things I could not say in front of the centaur. Harry's heart pounded. He looked around the cabin. Connor was snoring. Annabeth's bunk was empty, she'd gone to the Athena cabin hours ago. The other campers were lost in dreams. Slowly, carefully, Harry climbed out of bed and padded toward the door. The night air was cold against his skin. The moon hung overhead, full and silver, casting strange shadows across the ground. Harry followed the birds toward the woods, his bare feet silent on the grass. At the edge of the tree line, his father was waiting. Hades looked different tonight, less formal, more tired. His crown was gone. His robes were simple black wool. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring up at the stars. You came, Hades said. You said we needed to talk. Yes. The Lord of the Dead turned to face his son. Your mother, Lily. There is something you need to know about her death. Something I have kept hidden for 8 years. Harry's blood ran cold. What? Hades took a deep breath. Lily did not die because Voldemort killed her, he said. She died because she made a bargain with me. Your life for hers. She offered her soul to the underworld in exchange for my protection. Harry's world tilted. What? The night Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow, Lily knew she could not defeat him. But she also knew she could not let him take you. So she called to me, called to the Lord of the Dead, and made an offer I could not refuse. Hades's voice cracked. Her soul, eternal in my realm, in exchange for your safety. But you're my father, Harry stammered. You would have protected me anyway. Would I? Hades's eyes were ancient and sad. I am bound by laws older than Olympus, Harry. Laws that forbid me from interfering in mortal affairs. Without Lily's bargain, I could not have saved you. I could only have avenged you. Harry's knees gave out. He sat down in the grass, his hands trembling, his chest heaving. My mother is in the underworld, he whispered. Because of you. Because of love, Hades corrected. She loved you more than she feared death, Harry. More than she feared me. And that love, that sacrifice, is the most powerful magic in any world. Harry looked up at his father. Tears streamed down his face, hot and silent. Can I see her? He asked. Can I visit her? In the underworld? Hades was quiet for a long moment. One day, he said. When you are ready. When the prophecies are fulfilled and the wars are won. I will take you to her myself. He knelt and placed a cold hand on Harry's cheek. But not yet, my son. Not yet. And then he was gone. Harry sat alone at the edge of the woods, the key of night pulsing against his chest, and let himself grieve for a mother he had never known. The stars watched in silence. The shadows held him close. And somewhere in the depths of the underworld, a woman with red hair and green eyes whispered her son's name and prayed to gods. Who could not hear her? Chapter 6, The Child of Two Prophecies. 3 weeks passed at Camp Half-Blood before the nightmares began. Harry had grown accustomed to many things in that time, the taste of ambrosia on his tongue, the weight of a sword in his hand, the way the shadows bent around him when he walked through the forest. He had learned to block a strike from a training dummy, to navigate the obstacle course without falling into the foam pits, to call upon the darkness without losing himself completely. But he had not learned to sleep peacefully. Every night, the dreams came. They started the same way, a green flash of light, a woman's scream, a cold voice whispering words in a language that made his scar burn. But then the dream would shift, and he would find himself standing in a throne room made of bones, surrounded by faces he didn't recognize but somehow knew. The child of two prophecies, a voice would intone. Asterisk, the bridge between worlds. The one who will either save us all or doom us to eternal darkness. Asterisk. And then he would wake up screaming. Tonight was no different. Harry sat up in bed, drenched in sweat, his hands clutching the key of night so hard the obsidian bit into his palms. The Hermes cabin was silent, the other campers had learned not to react to his night terrors. Connor had stopped asking if he was okay. Annabeth had stopped trying to talk him through them. Even Percy had stopped looking at him with pity. They were all tired of his brokenness. Harry was tired of it too. He climbed out of bed and walked outside, barefoot and shaking. The camp was quiet at this hour, the torches had burned down to embers, and the only light came from the moon reflecting off the lake. Harry made his way toward the big house, hoping Chiron might still be awake. But Chiron wasn't the one waiting for him. Percy sat on the porch steps, riptide in its pen form tucked behind his ear, a can of Coke in his hand. He looked up when Harry approached, and his sea-green eyes held no judgment. Couldn't sleep either. Harry sat down beside him. The dreams. They're getting worse. Percy nodded. I figured. You've been looking rough. Thanks. I mean it as a compliment. Percy took a sip of his Coke. Rough means you're still fighting. When you start looking peaceful, that's when I'll worry. Harry wrapped his arms around his knees. Do you ever think about the prophecy? The one my father mentioned? The one about me? All the time. Percy's voice was quiet. Chiron told me about the great prophecy, the one about a child of the big three who would decide the fate of Olympus. For a while, I thought it might be me. Then I thought it might be Talia. But now. He glanced at Harry. Now I think maybe it's you. Me? Harry's voice cracked. I'm 8 years old. I can barely control my powers. I can't even sleep through the night without screaming. Age doesn't matter to the fates, Percy said. They spin their threads, and we dance however they want. The only choice we have is how we dance." Harry stared at him. That's surprisingly philosophical for someone who just drank a whole can of Coke at 2 in the morning. Percy laughed, a real laugh, warm and honest. "Annabeth's rubbing off on me. Don't tell her I said that." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, listening to the crickets and the distant sound of waves. Harry felt the tension in his shoulders begin to ease. Percy had that effect on people. He made the impossible seem manageable, the terrifying seem ordinary. "Percy," Harry said finally, "do you think I'm dangerous?" Percy took a long time to answer. "I think power is dangerous," he said. "Any power. Water can give life, but it can also drown. Fire can warm you, but it can also burn down your house. The same is true for your powers, Harry. The question isn't whether you're dangerous. The question is what you choose to do with the danger." Harry touched the key of night. "My father said this pendant would amplify my emotions. My anger. My fear. What if I can't control it? Then you ask for help." Percy turned to face him, his expression serious. "That's what friends are for, right? To catch you when you fall? To pull you back when you're about to do something stupid? You barely know me. I know enough." Percy's voice was fierce. "I know you survived 8 years in a cupboard without losing your mind. I know you had the courage to reach for my hand when I offered it. I know you're sitting here, at 2 in the morning, asking for help instead of running away." He smiled. "That's more than most demigods ever figure out." Harry felt something loosen in his chest. "You really think I can do this? Learn to control my powers? Survive the prophecies? I think you can do anything, Harry Potter." Percy stood up and stretched. "Now come on. If we're both going to be awake, we might as well get some training in. I'll teach you how to fight with a sword underwater." "You can fight underwater?" "I'm a son of Poseidon." Percy grinned. "Underwater is where I do my best work." Harry followed him toward the lake, and for the first time in weeks, he wasn't thinking about the dreams. He was thinking about the future. The next morning, Chiron called a campwide assembly. Harry stood with the Hermes cabin, trying to make himself as small as possible. The other campers kept shooting him glances, some curious, some fearful, some openly hostile. He'd learned to ignore them, but it still stung. Chiron stood at the front of the assembly, his horse half hidden beneath the magical wheelchair. Beside him stood a woman Harry hadn't seen before, tall and beautiful, with silver hair that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that glittered like stars. "Campers," Chiron said, his voice carrying across the pavilion, "we have a visitor. Lady Hestia, goddess of the hearth, has requested to speak with us." The campers fell silent. Hestia stepped forward, and as she moved, Harry felt the temperature in the pavilion rise slightly. A sense of warmth, not physical warmth, but something deeper, spread through his chest. The key of night pulsed once, then went still. "I have not visited this camp in many years," Hestia said, her voice soft but clear. "I prefer to tend the hearth, to watch over homes and families. But recent events have drawn me from my flames." Her starry eyes found Harry. "The child of Hades has been found. And with his discovery, 2 ancient prophecies have begun to stir." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. 2 prophecies. Annabeth stepped forward, her gray eyes sharp. "I thought there was only one, the great prophecy of Olympus." "There is," Hestia said. "And there is another. A prophecy from the wizarding world, spoken by a seer named Sybil Trelawney. It concerns the boy who would defeat the Dark Lord Voldemort." She paused. Both prophecies point to the same child. Every eye in the pavilion turned to Harry. He wanted to disappear. He wanted to sink into the shadows and never come back. But the shadows didn't answer, they never answered when he wanted them to, only when he was angry or afraid. The great prophecy, Hestia continued, speaks of a child of the big three who will reach 16 and make a choice that will either save or destroy Olympus. The wizarding prophecy speaks of a boy born at the end of July who has the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. She walked toward Harry, and the crowd parted before her like water. These prophecies have existed separately for centuries, Hestia said. But you, Harry Potter, are the convergence. You are the point where two worlds meet. And the fates have woven your thread into both tapestries. Harry's throat was dry. What does that mean for me? Hestia knelt before him, her silver hair brushing the ground. It means you carry a weight no child should bear. It means the choices you make will echo across both Olympus and the wizarding world. It means there are forces in both realms who will try to use you, control you, or destroy you. Why? Harry's voice was barely a whisper. Why me? Because you are the son of Hades and Lily Potter, Hestia said. Because your blood carries both divine power and mortal magic. Because you are the first of your kind, a demigod wizard, and the fates have never seen anything like you before. She reached out and touched the key of night. The obsidian flared with dark light, and Harry gasped as images flooded his mind. He saw a throne room made of marble and gold, Olympus, he realized, the home of the gods. He saw the 12 Olympians arguing, their voices shaking the foundations of the mountain. He saw a dark lord with red eyes and a snake's face, raising an army of monsters and wizards. He saw himself, older and stronger, standing between two armies with shadows swirling around him like a cloak. And then the vision ended. The war is coming, Hestia said, releasing the pendant. Not just between good and evil, between worlds. And you, Harry Potter, are the only one who can prevent it from destroying everything. She stood and walked back toward Chiron, leaving Harry trembling in the center of the pavilion. The campers stared at him. The shadows waited. And somewhere in the depths of the underworld, Harry felt his father watching. After the assembly, Harry retreated to the Hades table. He sat alone, staring at the pomegranate that never rotted, trying to process everything Hestia had said. 2 prophecies. 2 worlds. 1 boy. It was too much. He was too small. What did she mean, a voice said, about you being the first of your kind? Harry looked up. Annabeth stood across from him, her arms crossed, her gray eyes unreadable. I don't know, Harry admitted. My father said my mother was a witch. A powerful one. And he's, well, a god. So I guess I'm both. Both. Annabeth sat down across from him. That's not supposed to be possible. The gods don't usually have children with mortals who already have magical abilities. The power combinations are too unstable. My father said the same thing. Annabeth was quiet for a moment. The last time a demigod had magical abilities beyond their divine inheritance, it didn't end well. Harry's stomach clenched. What happened? There was a demigod, a son of Hecate, the goddess of magic, who could also use mortal sorcery. He thought he could challenge the gods themselves. Thought his combined powers made him invincible. Annabeth's voice was flat. Zeus struck him down with a single thunderbolt. There was nothing left to bury. Harry touched his scar. You think the same thing will happen to me? I think you need to be careful. Annabeth leaned forward. The gods are paranoid, Harry. They've been betrayed before, by titans, by giants, by their own children. They won't hesitate to destroy you if they think you're a threat. But I'm not a threat. You're the son of Hades with the power of both worlds flowing through your veins. Annabeth's voice was gentle but firm. To the gods, that makes you the biggest threat they've faced in millennia. Harry looked down at his hands. They were still small. Still ordinary. Still covered in scars from the Desleys. What do I do? He asked. Train, Annabeth said. Get stronger. Learn everything you can about your powers, your enemies, your allies. And stay alive. She stood up. That's all any of us can do. She walked away, leaving Harry alone with the pomegranate and his thoughts. That afternoon, Harry found Percy by the lake. The son of Poseidon was sitting on a rock, his feet dangling in the water, his eyes closed. Fish gathered around his ankles, nuzzling against his skin like cats seeking attention. Annabeth told me about the demigod who challenged Zeus, Harry said, sitting down beside him. Percy opened one eye. She told you about the son of Hecate? Yeah. She said the gods would destroy me if they thought I was a threat. Percy was quiet for a moment. Then he laughed, a short, bitter sound. Annabeth means well, but she doesn't know everything. The gods don't destroy threats. They ignore threats until the threats become too big to ignore, and then they panic and make everything worse. That's not comforting. It's not supposed to be comforting. It's supposed to be true. Percy pulled his feet out of the water and turned to face Harry. Look, the gods are complicated. They're powerful and petty and brilliant and stupid, all at the same time. They've made mistakes that have cost thousands of lives. But they're also the only thing standing between our world and total destruction. So I'm supposed to trust them. You're supposed to understand them. Percy's sea-green eyes were serious. The gods aren't good or evil. They just are. Like the ocean. Like the sky. Like death itself. He paused. Like you. Harry shook his head. I'm not like them. I'm just a kid. You're a kid whose father is the Lord of the Dead and whose mother was one of the most powerful witches of her generation. Percy smiled. That's not just anything, Harry. That's extraordinary. Extraordinary gets you killed. Ordinary gets you killed too. Percy shrugged. At least extraordinary is interesting. Harry couldn't help but laugh. It felt good, laughing. Like breaking a bone that had healed wrong and letting it reset properly. Percy, he said, do you think I'll ever have a normal life? Percy considered the question. Define normal. You know. Friends. School. A home that isn't a cupboard or a camp full of monsters. I think, Percy said slowly, that you'll have all of those things. Just, not the way other people have them. Your friends will be demigods and wizards. Your school will teach you how to fight monsters. Your home will be wherever you decide to put down roots. He stood up and offered Harry his hand. But you'll have them. I promise. Harry took his hand and let Percy pull him to his feet. You can't promise that, Harry said. I'm a son of Poseidon. Percy grinned. I can promise whatever I want. They stood together by the lake, two boys from two different worlds, bound together by prophecies neither of them fully understood. And for just a moment, Harry believed him. That night, the dreams changed. Harry stood in a great hall, not the bone throne room of his father, but a castle made of stone and magic. Torches flickered on the walls, casting dancing shadows across a ceiling that looked like the night sky. For long tables stretched across the floor, each draped in different colors, red and gold, blue and bronze, yellow and black, green and silver. And at the front of the hall, an old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles sat in a golden throne, watching Harry with eyes that held the weight of centuries. Harry Potter, the old man said, his voice echoing across the hall. Asterisk, where have you been? Asterisk. Harry tried to answer, but his mouth wouldn't move. We have searched for you, the old man continued. Asterisk, the magical world has searched for you. For 8 years, you have been lost to us, hidden by forces we did not understand. But now, asterisk the old man stood, and his presence filled the hall. Asterisk, now you have been found. And I, Albus Dumbledore, will not rest until you are brought home. Asterisk. The dream shattered. Harry woke with a gasp, the key of night burning against his chest. The old man's words echoed in his mind. Asterisk, brought home. Asterisk. But Harry wasn't sure he had a home anymore. Not in the magical world. Not at Camp Half-Blood. Not anywhere. He curled into a ball and pulled the blankets over his head, trying to block out the darkness. But the darkness was inside him now. And it was never going to leave. Hashtag Chapter 7, Camp Half-Blood's New Legend. The first time Harry summoned a ghost, he did it by accident. He was in the middle of combat training with Percy, their swords clashing in the afternoon sun. Harry had been getting better, faster, stronger, more precise. The shadows responded to his commands more often than not, wrapping around his blade or rising up to shield him from attacks. But today, something was different. He was angry. Not at Percy. Not at the camp. At himself. At his weakness. At the dreams that wouldn't stop and the prophecies that hung over his head like a guillotine. He'd woken up screaming again, and Connor had muttered, "Shut up," from the bunk above him, and Harry had felt something inside him snap. So when Percy lunged with his practice sword, Harry didn't block. He struck back. And the shadows exploded. But this time, they didn't just shield him or attack his opponent. They took shape. They solidified. They became something that had once been alive. The ghost that materialized between Harry and Percy was tall and thin, with hollow eyes and clothes that rotted even as Harry watched. It carried a sword that gleamed with dark light, and when it spoke, its voice sounded like gravel grinding together. Asterisk, who summons the Legionnaire? Asterisk. Percy stumbled backward, his practice sword raised. Harry, what did you do? Harry stared at the ghost, his heart pounding. I didn't mean. The ghost turned its hollow eyes on Harry. Asterisk, you called. I answered. What is your command, son of Hades? Asterisk. I don't have a command. Asterisk, then why did you summon me? Asterisk. Harry's hands were shaking. He could feel the key of night pulsing against his chest, warm and hungry. The ghost was connected to him, he could feel its thoughts, its memories, its ancient anger. It had been a soldier once, thousands of years ago. It had died in battle, sword in hand, and its spirit had wandered the earth ever since, waiting for a master to call it home. I'm sorry, Harry whispered. I didn't mean to pull you from wherever you were. You can go back. The ghost tilted its head. Asterisk, you would release me? Without command? Asterisk. Yes. Asterisk, you are a strange master, son of Hades. Asterisk, the ghost's hollow eyes flickered. With something that might have been respect. Asterisk, the last one who summoned me kept me bound for a century. Used me to slaughter his enemies. Asterisk. I'm not him. Asterisk, no. Asterisk, the ghost began to fade, its edges dissolving into mist. Asterisk, you are not. Perhaps that is why the prophecies speak of you. Asterisk. And then it was gone. The training arena fell silent. Percy lowered his sword, his sea-green eyes wide. Harry. That was a ghost, Harry finished. I summoned a ghost. I didn't even know I could do that. The son of Hades commands the dead, Percy said slowly. Chiron mentioned it, but I didn't think, you're 8. You shouldn't be able to. I shouldn't be able to do a lot of things. Harry's voice was flat. But apparently, I can. He walked out of the arena without looking back. Chiron found him by the lake an hour later. Harry was sitting on the same rock Percy had occupied the day before, his feet dangling in the water, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The key of night hung against his chest, dark and heavy. Percy told me what happened, Chiron said, sitting down beside him. His horse half folded beneath him, hooves tucked neatly against the rock. You summoned a spirit. By accident. The first summoning is often accidental. Chiron's voice was gentle. It takes time to learn control. To distinguish between intent and emotion, between command and desire. I don't want to command the dead. Harry's voice cracked. I don't want to control ghosts. I don't want any of this. Chiron was quiet for a moment. What do you want, Harry? Harry thought about it. Really thought about it. I want to be normal, he said finally. I want to go to school and have friends and not have to worry about prophecies or dark lords or gods who want to kill me. I want to sleep through the night without dreaming about my mother dying. He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. I want to not be afraid all the time. Chiron placed a hand on his shoulder. Those are not unreasonable desires. But they are also not the hand you were dealt. I know. Harry's voice was bitter. Everyone keeps telling me that. Because it is the truth. Chiron's grip tightened. You cannot change what you are, Harry. But you can change what you do with it. The ghost you summoned today, you released it. You showed it kindness when you could have shown it cruelty. It was just a ghost. It was a soul. Chiron's golden eyes were serious. A soul that had been trapped in servitude for centuries. And you set it free. Do you understand how rare that is? How good? Harry looked down at his hands. I didn't do it to be good. I did it because I was scared. Fear and goodness are not mutually exclusive. Chiron stood up, his hooves clicking against the rock. The bravest acts are often born of fear, Harry. Remember that. He walked away, leaving Harry alone with the water and the shadows and the weight of his own potential. The next few weeks were a blur of training and discovery. Harry learned that he could sense death the way other people sensed weather, a pressure in the air, a chill in the bones, a whisper at the edge of hearing. He learned that he could speak to spirits who had not yet crossed over, guiding them toward the underworld with gentle words and gentle hands. He learned that the shadows would do more than shield him, they would carry him, if he asked, lifting him off the ground and setting him down wherever he wished to go. He also learned that the campers were watching him. Not all of them were afraid anymore. Some of them were curious. Can you really talk to ghosts? A little girl asked him one morning at breakfast. She couldn't have been more than 6, with pigtails and a gap-toothed smile. Her name was Harley, and she was a daughter of Hephaestus who built tiny clockwork animals that actually moved. Sometimes, Harry said carefully. When they want to talk. Can you talk to my dad? Harley's smile faltered. He died last year. A monster got him. I miss him. Harry's heart broke. He looked at Chiron, who was watching from across the pavilion. The centaur nodded slightly. Close your eyes, Harry said to Harley. She did. Harry reached out with his senses, feeling for the thread of death that connected all living things to the underworld. It was easier now than it had been before, the key of night hummed against his chest, and the shadows whispered directions in his ear. He found Harley's father almost immediately. He was standing at the edge of the camp, just beyond the barrier, his ghostly form barely visible in the morning light. He had the same red hair as Harley, the same stocky build, the same gap-toothed smile. Tell her I'm proud of her, the ghost said. Asterisk, tell her I'm watching. Tell her I love her. Asterisk. He says he's proud of you, Harry relayed. He says he's watching. And he loves you. Harley opened her eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but she was smiling. Thank you, she whispered. And then she ran off to her cabin, her clockwork animals clanking behind her. Harry sat alone at the Hades table, the pomegranate watching him with its dark, jewel-like seeds. The other campers weren't looking at him with fear anymore. They were looking at him with something else. Respect. That night, Percy found him in the shadows behind the archery range. You're becoming a legend, Percy said, sitting down beside him. What? Harley told everyone what you did. How you talked to her dad. How you gave her closure. Percy shook his head. The campers are calling you the Shadow Prince now. Harry groaned. Not that nickname again. It's better than Son of Death, which is what the younger kids were calling you last week. I guess. Percy nudged him with his shoulder. Seriously, Harry. You've been here less than 2 months, and you've already made more of an impact than most demigods make in years. People are starting to believe in you. What if I let them down? Percy considered the question. Then you pick yourself up and try again. That's what heroes do. I'm not a hero. You saved a little girl from years of grief. Percy's voice was firm. That's pretty heroic to me. Harry wanted to argue, but he didn't have the energy. The shadows were warm around him, comforting, and the key of night had stopped pulsing. For the first time in weeks, he felt almost peaceful. Percy, he said, do you think I'll ever be ready? For the prophecies, I mean. I think you're already ready. Percy stood up and stretched. You just don't know it yet. He walked back toward the cabins, leaving Harry alone with the darkness. But the darkness didn't feel lonely anymore. It felt like home. The attack came 3 days later. Harry was in the middle of sword practice with Annabeth when the alarms went off, a piercing shriek that echoed across the entire camp. Campers dropped their weapons and ran toward the barriers, their faces pale. What's happening? Harry shouted over the noise. Annabeth's gray eyes were hard. Monsters. A lot of them. The barrier is holding, but... The barrier flickered. And then it broke. Harry had never seen a hellhound up close before. They were enormous, the size of horses, with glowing red eyes and matted black fur that dripped with shadows. They poured through the gap in the barrier like water through a cracked dam, and behind them came Dracini, snake women with spears and shields and eyes that burned with hatred. To arms. Chiron's voice boomed across the camp. Defend the cabins. Protect the young ones. Percy was already running toward the front line, riptide blazing in his hand. Annabeth followed close behind, her knife flashing. Other campers joined them, children of Ares with swords and shields, children of Apollo with bows and arrows, children of Athena with strategies and spears. Harry stood frozen. The shadows around him were screaming. Not with fear, with hunger. Fight, whispered. The key of night. Asterisk, fight, and we will give you power beyond imagining. Asterisk. Harry's hand tightened on his practice sword. It wasn't celestial bronze. It couldn't kill monsters. But the shadows could. He ran toward the battle. The first hellhound didn't see him coming. Harry slid beneath its snapping jaws and thrust his hand into its chest, not with his sword, but with his will. The shadows answered, pouring into the monster's body like poison, ripping it apart from the inside. The hellhound howled and dissolved into golden dust. Harry didn't stop to celebrate. He moved to the next monster, and the next, and the next. The shadows flowed around him like a cloak, deflecting spears and claws, turning aside arrows and blades. He wasn't fighting anymore, he was dancing, a dark waltz with death itself. The Shadow Prince, someone shouted. The son of Hades, someone else answered. Harry ignored them. He found Percy fighting 3 Dracini at once, their snake tails whipping around his legs, their spears thrusting toward his heart. Harry raised his hand, and the shadows grabbed the Dracini's tails, yanking them off balance. Percy's sword flashed, and 3 monsters became dust. Thanks, Percy gasped. Don't mention it. They fought back to back, water and shadows intertwining, until the last monster fell. The camp was battered but alive. And Harry Potter, 8 years old and covered in monster dust, stood in the center of it all with the key of night blazing against his chest. The campers stared at him. Not with fear. Not with respect. With awe. After the battle, Chiron called Harry to the big house. The centaur's office was crowded with people: Percy, Annabeth, Dionysus, and several senior campers Harry didn't recognize. They all looked at him when he walked in, and Harry felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on his shoulders. "You fought well today," Chiron said. "Better than well. You fought like a seasoned warrior." "I just did what I had to do. That's what warriors say." Dionysus's voice was dry, but there was something different in his eyes, something that might have been respect. "You protected this camp, boy. You protected my camp. I won't forget that." Harry blinked. "Thank you, sir." "Don't thank me yet." Dionysus stood up. "The barrier is broken. More monsters will come. And the magical world, the wizarding world, knows where you are now. That old fool Dumbledore has been sending owls for weeks." Harry's heart lurched. "Owls? Letters." Chiron handed him a stack of parchment. "They've been arriving at the camp's boundary for the past month. We've been keeping them from you, waiting for the right moment." Harry took the letters with trembling hands. The first one was written in emerald green ink on heavy parchment. It was addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, but someone had crossed out the cupboard and written Camp Half-Blood, Long Island, New York in messy handwriting. Harry opened it. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He read the letter twice. Then he looked up at Chiron. "Hogwarts," he said. "That's the wizard school my mother attended." "Yes. They want me to go there. Apparently." Harry looked at Percy, who was watching him with an unreadable expression. "What do I do?" Harry asked. Percy shrugged. "That's up to you. But whatever you decide, I've got your back." Harry looked down at the letter again. Hogwarts. His mother's school. A world he'd never known existed until a few months ago. "I need to think about it," he said finally. "Can I have some time?" Chiron nodded. "Take all the time you need, Harry. The letters will wait. The prophecies will wait. But the choice," the centaur's golden eyes were serious. "The choice is yours alone." Harry folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. The key of night pulsed against his chest. And somewhere in the shadows, he felt his father watching, waiting, wondering what his son would do. ## Chapter 8, Monsters Hunt the Chosen One. The first assassination attempt happened on a Tuesday. Harry was walking back from the archery range with Annabeth, discussing the finer points of defensive strategy, when the air in front of them shimmered. Annabeth reacted first, shoving Harry behind her and drawing her knife just as a creature materialized out of the heat haze. It was small, barely 3 feet tall, with green skin and yellow eyes and a face that seemed to be made entirely of sharp angles. Its fingers ended in claws that dripped with something dark and smoking, and when it smiled, its teeth were pointed like needles. "Harry Potter," the creature hissed. "The master sends his regards." Annabeth lunged, but the creature was fast, faster than anything that size had any right to be. It dodged her knife and scrambled up her arm, heading straight for Harry's face. Harry didn't think. He threw out his hand, and the shadows responded. They wrapped around the creature mid-leap, squeezing until its bones cracked and its yellow eyes bulged. The thing screamed, a high, keening sound that made Harry's ears ring, and then it dissolved into a pile of green dust. Annabeth stared at the dust. Then she stared at Harry. "Where did you learn to do that?" "I didn't." Harry's hand was shaking. "It just happened." "That's the third monster this week," Annabeth said grimly. "They're getting more aggressive. More desperate." Harry looked down at the green dust. "They're not after the camp. They're after me." Annabeth didn't deny it. Chiron called an emergency council that evening. The big house's rec room was packed with senior campers: Percy, Annabeth, the Stoll brothers, Clarice LaRue from the Aries cabin, and a shy girl from the Aphrodite cabin named Silena Beauregard who had a talent for languages and a gift for gathering information. "The attacks are escalating," Chiron said, his voice grave. "In the past week alone, we've repelled 6 separate incursions. Hellhounds, Dracini, even a chimera that managed to breach the inner barrier. The monsters know Harry is here," Percy said. "The question is how. The barrier should be masking his scent." It was masking his scent. Chiron's golden eyes were troubled. But the protections Hades placed on Harry were never meant to last this long. They've been failing for months, faster now that Harry's powers are awakening. "So what do we do?" Clarice demanded. Her voice was rough, her hand never straying far from the spear at her side. "Lock him in a bunker. Send him away." "Neither." Chiron looked at Harry. "We train him. We prepare him. And we find out who is sending these monsters before they send something we can't stop." Harry had been quiet until now, sitting in the corner with his knees drawn to his chest. But at Chiron's words, he looked up. "Someone is sending them? I thought monsters were just drawn to me. Like Percy said." "They are," Annabeth said. "But these attacks are too coordinated. Too targeted. Someone is guiding them, giving them directions, telling them when and where to strike." "The Dark Wizard," Harry said slowly. "Voldemort." Percy shook his head. "Voldemort is a wizard, Harry. He doesn't control monsters. The gods control monsters. Or titans. Or someone with access to both worlds," Silena interrupted quietly. Everyone turned to look at her. She blushed but continued. "I've been hearing things. In the monster gatherings, the ones I infiltrate. They're whispering about a new power, someone who isn't a god and isn't a titan but can command both." "Who?" Chiron asked. Silena shook her head. "They don't know. They just call him the Master. He speaks through shadows and offers rewards for demigod blood, especially the blood of the one called Harry Potter." The room fell silent. Harry felt the key of night pulse against his chest. "The Master," the pendant whispered. *, he hunts you, child. He has hunted you since before you were born. *. Harry's blood ran cold. "My father," he said slowly, "said there were forces in both worlds who would try to use me. Control me. Destroy me." "He was right," Chiron said. "And it seems those forces have found a champion, someone who can move between worlds the way you can." "What do they want with me?" Percy answered. "The same thing everyone wants with you. Your power. Your blood. Your connection to 2 worlds." His sea-green eyes were dark. "You're not just a weapon, Harry. You're the most powerful weapon either world has ever seen." Harry looked down at his hands. They were small. Ordinary. Covered in the scars of a childhood spent in a cupboard. But beneath the skin, something ancient stirred. "They will come for you," the pendant whispered. Again and again. Until you are strong enough to make them stop. Harry looked up at Chiron. "Train me. Harder than before. I don't want to be a weapon, but I refuse to be a victim." Chiron nodded slowly. "That is the first step, Harry. The most important step." The council ended shortly after. But as Harry walked back to the Hermes cabin, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him from the shadows. Not his father. Someone else. Someone with red eyes and a smile like a knife. The training that followed was brutal. Chiron pushed Harry harder than any camper in recent memory, dawn to dusk, 6 days a week, with only Sundays off for rest. Sword work in the mornings. Strategy with Annabeth in the afternoons. Combat magic with a satyr named Gleason Hedge in the evenings. And at night, when the other campers slept, Harry practiced his shadow powers alone. He learned to walk through darkness, not teleportation, exactly, but something close. He could step into one shadow and emerge from another, as long as both were connected by a continuous line of darkness. He learned to create shields of solidified shadow that could block arrows, spears, and even magical spells. He learned to sense the presence of death, not just ghosts, but the potential for death, the places where the boundary between worlds was thin. "You're progressing faster than any demigod I've ever trained," Chiron said one afternoon, after Harry had successfully deflected a dozen rubber arrows with a single shadow shield. "Your father's power runs deep in your veins." "It doesn't feel like power," Harry admitted. "It feels like hunger. Like something inside me is always reaching, always wanting." "That is the nature of the underworld," Chiron said. "It is never satisfied. It always wants more. More souls. More darkness. More death." He looked at Harry with his ancient golden eyes. "Your task, your greatest task, is to learn to control that hunger. To use it without being consumed by it. How do I do that?" "You find something worth fighting for." Chiron smiled slightly. "Something worth living for. The underworld cannot claim a heart that is already given to others." Harry thought about Percy. About Annabeth. About Harley, the little girl whose father he had helped. About the campers who had stopped looking at him with fear and started looking at him with trust. "I think I already have," Harry said. Chiron nodded. "Then you are further along than most." The second assassination attempt came 2 weeks later. Harry was alone this time, walking back from the forge, where he'd been learning to work with celestial bronze under the watchful eye of Beckendorf, the head of the Hephaestus cabin. The sun had set an hour ago, and the path between the forge and the cabins was dark, lit only by the occasional torch. He should have been paying attention. He wasn't. The Impausa appeared in front of him without warning, a beautiful woman with bronze skin and copper hair, dressed in a flowing gown that shimmered in the torchlight. One of her legs was made of brass, the other of donkey fur, and her smile revealed fangs that glistened with venom. "Harry Potter," she purred. "The master will be so pleased." Harry's hand went to his sword, a real sword now, forged from Stygian iron, a gift from his father that could kill monsters the way celestial bronze could but also absorb their essence, making him stronger with every kill. But the Impausa was faster. She lunged, her fangs aiming for his throat, and Harry barely managed to throw up a shadow shield in time. The fangs scraped against the darkness, sending sparks of black light into the air. "Feisty," the Impausa said, circling him. "I like them feisty. It makes the blood taste sweeter." Harry didn't answer. He was focused, calm, drawing on everything Chiron had taught him. The shadows were his allies. The darkness was his home. And this creature, this monster, had made a mistake. She came at him again, and this time Harry was ready. He sidestepped her lunge and brought his Stygian iron sword around in a sweeping arc. The blade caught her across the midsection, and she screamed, a horrible, tearing sound that echoed across the camp. But she didn't dissolve. The Stygian iron was absorbing her, drinking in her essence like a sponge soaking up water. Her beautiful face contorted, aging decades in seconds, until she was nothing but a withered husk. Then she crumbled to dust. Harry stood over the dust pile, breathing hard. That was impressive. He spun around. Percy stood at the edge of the path, riptide in its sword form, his sea-green eyes wide. He'd been running, his hair was wet, his t-shirt soaked with sweat. "You saw that?" Harry asked. "Saw it and heard it. That scream woke up half the camp." Percy walked closer, studying the dust. "Impausa. They're servants of Hecate. Nasty creatures. Usually travel in packs." Harry's stomach dropped. "Packs? The howl came from behind them. Then another. Then another. Harry and Percy stood back to back as three more Impausi emerged from the shadows, their copper hair gleaming, their brass legs clicking against the stone path. 3 against 2, Percy said. I like those odds. Those are 4 against 2, Harry corrected. Percy grinned. Math was never my strong suit. They fought together like they'd been training for years, water and shadows, sword and sword. Percy kept the Impausi off balance with waves that rose from nowhere, washing over the creatures and making them stumble. Harry struck from the shadows, his Stygian iron blade flashing, absorbing one monster after another. Within 5 minutes, 4 piles of dust littered the path. The camp had woken up. Campers spilled out of cabins, weapons in hand, ready to fight. But the battle was already over. What happened? Annabeth demanded, running up to them. Her knife was drawn, her grey eyes scanning the darkness for more threats. Impausi, Percy said. 4 of them. Harry took down 2. I took down 2, Harry corrected. Percy took down 2. Same difference. Percy sheathed Riptide. The point is, we're alive. Annabeth looked at Harry with new respect. You fought Impausi. Without backup. And won. I had backup. Harry glanced at Percy. I always have backup. Annabeth's expression softened. That's what friends are for. She walked back toward the Athena cabin to organize a perimeter search, leaving Harry and Percy alone in the darkness. You're getting good at this, Percy said. I'm getting lucky. There's no such thing as luck. Percy's voice was serious. There's only preparation and opportunity. You were prepared. You seized the opportunity. That's not luck. That's skill. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he just nodded and walked back to the Hermes cabin, the key of night warm against his chest. The shadows whispered as he walked. The master grows impatient, they hissed. Asterisk, he will send something worse. Something you cannot defeat. Asterisk. Harry ignored them. He had survived the cupboard. He had survived the Dursleys. He would survive this too. The third assassination attempt never happened. Not because the monsters stopped coming, but because something else found Harry first. It was a week after the Impausi attack, and Harry was practicing his shadow walking in the woods behind the archery range. He'd gotten good enough to travel short distances, from one tree to another, from the edge of the clearing to the center, but longer jumps still eluded him. He was concentrating on a shadow beneath a massive oak when the temperature dropped. Not the ordinary cold of a winter night. This was deeper. Older. The cold of tombs and crypts and places where the sun never shone. Harry turned. A woman stood at the edge of the clearing. She was beautiful in the way a glacier was beautiful, cold, distant, utterly inhuman. Her skin was pale as moonlight, her hair black as obsidian, and her eyes were the color of fresh blood. She wore a gown made of shadows and starlight, and in her hand, she carried a whip made of bones. Harry Potter, she said, her voice echoing with the sound of distant screams. I have waited a long time to meet you. Harry's hand went to his sword. Who are you? I am Melano, the woman said. Goddess of ghosts. Daughter of Persephone. And I am here to deliver a message. What message? Melano smiled, and her smile was worse than any monster Harry had faced. The Lord of the Dead is not the only one who can claim you, child. The underworld has many rulers. Many powers. And some of them are not pleased that Hades has hidden you from them. Harry's blood ran cold. What do you want? Want? Melano tilted her head. I want what every god wants, Harry Potter. I want power. And you are the key to more power than I have ever dreamed. She raised her whip, and the shadows around Harry screamed. But before she could strike, a wall of water rose between them. Percy stood at the edge of the clearing, riptide blazing. His sea-green eyes burning with fury. Get away from him. Melano laughed, a cold, terrible sound. Son of Poseidon. You cannot protect him from what is coming. No one can. She vanished into the shadows. Percy ran to Harry, grabbing his shoulders. Are you okay? Did she hurt you? I'm fine. Harry's voice shook. But Percy, she said, other powers in the underworld are coming for me. Powers that aren't my father. Percy's face went pale. Then we need to talk to Chiron. Now. They ran to the big house, the shadows at their heels. And for the first time since coming to Camp Half-Blood, Harry felt true fear. Not fear of monsters. Not fear of dark wizards. Fear of the unknown. The thing that hunted him wasn't just powerful. It was patient. And it was getting closer. Chapter 9, The Secrets of Lily Potter. The hidden message arrived in a glass bottle carried by a wave that should never have reached the shore. Harry found it 3 days after Melano's visit, walking along the beach at dawn. He'd taken to rising early, the nightmares made sleep impossible, and the darkness felt kinder in the hours before sunrise. The waves lapped at his bare feet, cold and persistent, and the key of night pulsed gently against his chest. The bottle was half buried in the wet sand, its glass dark with age, its cork sealed with red wax that bore a symbol Harry didn't recognize, a circle divided by a lightning bolt, surrounded by Greek letters. He picked it up, and the moment his fingers touched the glass, he felt his mother. Not her ghost. Not her memory. Her. The cork came out easily, and Harry unrolled the parchment inside. The handwriting was delicate but firm, loops and curves that spoke of a woman who knew her own mind. A woman with red hair and green eyes and a smile that had once made a god fall in love with her. My dearest Harry. If you are reading this, then you have survived. You have survived Voldemort, survived the Dursleys, survived the forces that sought to destroy you before you could walk. And for that, I am prouder than words can express. You are probably confused. Frightened. Angry. You have every right to be. I have kept secrets from you, secrets that I promised myself I would never tell, secrets that could have gotten you killed if they fell into the wrong hands. But you are old enough now. Strong enough. And the time has come for you to know the truth. The truth about your father. The truth about the gods. And the truth about what I discovered, years ago, in the hidden places where magic and divinity meet. Harry's hands trembled as he read. He sat down on the sand, the waves lapping at his legs, and let his mother's words wash over him. I was not always a witch, Harry. Or rather, I was not only a witch. Before I attended Hogwarts, before I met your father, before I knew anything about the wizarding world, I was something else. Something older. I was a legacy. My grandmother, your great-grandmother, was a daughter of Hecate. Not a demigod, not exactly. The blood had thinned over generations, diluted by marriages to mortals and wizards alike. But it was there, Harry. Sleeping. Waiting. And when I was 11 years old, it woke up. I could see things other people couldn't see. Feel things other people couldn't feel. The barriers between worlds, between Olympus and the mortal realm, between life and death, between magic and divinity, they were thin for me. Transparent. I could walk between them without even realizing I was doing it. That's how I met your father. Harry's breath caught. He had always assumed Hades and Lily had met by chance, a god and a witch, drawn together by fate or prophecy or simple attraction. But his mother's words painted a different picture. I was exploring the forbidden forest at Hogwarts. Don't look at me like that, I know it was dangerous, but I was young and foolish and curious. when I stumbled through a crack in the world. One moment I was walking among the trees, and the next I was standing in a palace made of bones and shadow, asterisk. The underworld. Asterisk. I should have been terrified. Any sane person would have been terrified. But instead, I felt, at home. The darkness welcomed me. The shadows whispered my name. And at the center of it all, sitting on a throne of obsidian, was a god I had only read about in myths, asterisk. Hades. Asterisk. He was not what I expected, Harry. He was not cruel or cold or monstrous. He was sad. Lonely. Trapped in a realm that even the other gods avoided, ruling over souls that feared and resented him. He looked at me like I was the first living thing he had seen in centuries, asterisk. And I looked at him like he was the answer to a question I hadn't known I was asking. We fell in love. Asterisk. It was forbidden. Dangerous. Foolish in every possible way. But the heart does not care about rules, Harry. The heart wants what it wants, and my heart wanted him, asterisk. Asterisk. Your father wanted me to come live in the underworld. To leave the world of the living behind and rule beside him as his queen. But I could not. I was a witch. I had friends, family, a future in the wizarding world. And I had you, asterisk. Asterisk. You were not an accident, Harry. You were a choice, asterisk. Asterisk. We chose to bring you into the world, knowing the risks. Knowing that the gods would be angry, that the prophecies would be triggered, that forces beyond our control would hunt you from the moment you drew your first breath, asterisk. And we chose to protect you. Asterisk. Your father hid your divine nature behind layers of magic so deep that even Zeus could not see them. I warded your mortal body with spells that would keep you safe from Voldemort and his followers. And we made a bargain with the fates themselves, your life, hidden and protected, in exchange for our separation, asterisk. Asterisk. I never saw your father again after you were born, Harry. He could not risk it. The gods were watching, and one glimpse of him at my side would have exposed everything, asterisk. Asterisk. But he watched over you. From the shadows. From the darkness, from the places where even gods fear to tread, he watched. And he loved you. In his own way, he loved you more than anything in any world, asterisk. Asterisk. I am writing this letter in the summer of 1981, 3 months before Voldemort will come to our cottage in Godric's Hollow. I know he is coming. The prophecies have foretold it. And I know, that I will not survive, asterisk. But you will. Asterisk. Because I have made a bargain with your father, Harry. My soul for your safety. When Voldemort raises his wand to kill you, Hades will intervene. Not openly, he cannot, the oaths bind him, but enough to turn the curse aside, to give you a chance to survive, asterisk. Asterisk. It will leave a mark. A scar. A connection between you and the dark wizard that neither of you fully understand. But it will save your life, asterisk. And it will bind you to the underworld in ways that even your father cannot undo. Asterisk. You are the child of 2 worlds, Harry. A demigod and a wizard. A son of death and a son of magic. The prophecies speak of you, both the great prophecy of Olympus and the wizarding prophecy that named you as Voldemort's equal, asterisk. You will face trials that no child should face. You will be afraid. You will be angry. You will want to give up. Asterisk. But you will not give up. Because you are my son. Because you are your father's son. Because the blood of Hecate flows in your veins and the power of Hades burns in your heart, asterisk. You are stronger than you know, Harry. You are braver than you believe. And you are loved, more loved than you will ever understand, by a mother who could not stay and a father who could not come. Be safe, my darling. Be strong. And when the time comes, be brave. With all my love. Mum. Harry finished reading. The waves had risen while he sat, lapping at his chest now, soaking his clothes. But he didn't move. He couldn't move. His mother's words had rooted him to the sand, to the shore, to the edge of the world. She had known she was going to die. She had known Voldemort was coming. And she had chosen to stay, to face him, to give Harry a chance to survive. Tears streamed down Harry's face, hot and silent. He hadn't cried like this since ever. The Dursleys had beaten tears out of him years ago, trained him to swallow his grief along with his hunger. But his mother's letter had cracked something open inside him, something he'd been hiding even from himself. Asterisk, she loved you. Asterisk. Harry looked up. Percy stood at the water's edge, his expression soft. He must have followed Harry's footprints from the cabin, must have seen him sitting in the waves like a stone. How long have you been there? Harry asked, his voice rough. Long enough. Percy sat down beside him, not caring that the waves soaked his jeans. Is that a letter from my mother? Harry held it out. She wrote it before she died. Before Voldemort came. Percy took the letter carefully, like it was made of glass. He read it in silence, his sea-green eyes moving across the parchment, his expression shifting from curiosity to sorrow to something that looked like awe. She knew Hecate's blood ran in her family, Percy said when he finished. That explains a lot. Why the gods didn't notice her. Why she could see through the barriers between worlds. She said my grandmother was a legacy. What does that mean? Percy handed the letter back. A legacy is a descendant of a demigod. Someone with divine blood in their veins but not enough to be a demigod themselves. Most legacies live their whole lives without ever knowing what they are. But every once in a while, he glanced at Harry. Every once in a while, the blood wakes up. And when it wakes up, you get someone like your mother. A mortal with the senses of a demigod. Someone who can see through the mist, who can walk between worlds, who can attract the attention of gods. Percy paused. Someone who can fall in love with the Lord of the Dead. Harry looked out at the ocean. The sun was rising. Now, painting the waves in shades of gold and rose. It should have been beautiful. Instead, it felt like a funeral. Why didn't she tell me? Harry asked. Why did she keep all of this secret? Because she was protecting you. Percy's voice was gentle. The same reason your father hid you with the Dursleys. The same reason Chiron didn't tell you about the prophecies right away. The people who love you, Harry, they keep secrets to keep you safe. They kept me in a cupboard. They kept you alive. Percy placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. There's a difference. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to scream that nothing, nothing justified 8 years of starvation and beatings and loneliness. But his mother's letter was still in his hands, still warm from the waves, and he could feel her presence in every word. She had done the best she could. She had loved him. And maybe, in the end, that was enough. Harry spent the rest of the day in his mother's letter. He read it again and again, memorizing every word, every curve of her handwriting, every pause where she had hesitated before committing a thought to parchment. The key of night pulsed against his chest, and the shadows whispered in the corners of his room, but for once, he ignored them. He was with his mother. And he wasn't ready to let her go. Annabeth found him at sunset, sitting on his bunk with the letter spread across his knees. Percy told me, she said. About your mother. About Hecate's bloodline. Harry looked up. Did he tell you about the bargain she made? Her soul for my safety? Annabeth's face paled. No. He didn't mention that. Her soul belongs to the underworld now. Harry's voice was flat. She's trapped there. With my father. For eternity. Harry. I know. She chose it. She knew what she was doing. But that doesn't make it easier. He folded the letter carefully, tucking it into his pocket. She sacrificed everything for me. Her life. Her freedom. Her soul. And I didn't even know her. Annabeth sat down on the bunk across from him. You know her now. Through her words. Through her memories. Through the magic she left behind. Magic? The letter. Annabeth pointed. That's not ordinary parchment, Harry. It's enchanted. I noticed it the moment I walked in. The words glow when you touch them, faintly, like embers. Your mother cast a spell on that letter so it would only open for you. Harry looked down at the folded parchment in his pocket. He hadn't noticed any glow. But then again, he hadn't been looking. What else did she hide, he wondered aloud. What other secrets did she take to her grave? Annabeth shrugged. That's what we need to find out. The library at Camp Half-Blood was extensive, centuries of knowledge collected by demigods, satyrs, and the occasional friendly nymph. Annabeth led Harry through the stacks, pulling down books on ancient bloodlines, divine inheritance, and the intersection of magic and mythology. You're looking for anything about Hecate's descendants, Annabeth said, handing him a stack of scrolls. Specifically, anyone who might have intermarried with wizarding families. How am I supposed to read all of this? Harry asked, staring at the scrolls. One page at a time. They worked through the night. Harry discovered that Hecate's bloodline was more widespread than he'd imagined, legacies scattered across Europe, Asia, and the Americas, most of them unaware of their divine heritage. Some had become witches and wizards, their magical abilities amplified by their latent godly power. Others had remained mortal, their blood sleeping for generations. But one name kept appearing in the scrolls. The Evans line. Here, Harry said, pointing to a passage in a crumbling manuscript. It says the Evans family has been connected to Hecate since the 14th century. There was a witch, Margaret Evans, who served as a priestess in one of Hecate's hidden temples. Annabeth leaned over his shoulder, her gray eyes scanning the text. That explains why your mother could see through the mist. Why she could walk between worlds. The blood was stronger in her than it had been in centuries. What made it stronger? Annabeth traced the passage with her finger. It doesn't say. But my guess? Your father. When Hades fell in love with Lily, his divine power must have awakened the Hecate bloodline fully. Made it active in ways it hadn't been since Margaret Evans. So I'm not just a demigod and a wizard, Harry said slowly. I'm also a legacy of Hecate. 3 divine bloodlines in one person. Annabeth sat back, her expression troubled. That's never happened before. At least, not that I know of. Demigods with magical abilities are rare enough. But someone who inherited power from 2 different gods, Hades and Hecate, and also has mortal magic from their wizarding parent? She shook her head. The fates must have had a field day with your birth. Harry didn't find that comforting. Chiron joined them at midnight, his hooves silent on the library floor. I was wondering when you would find that scroll, he said, looking at the manuscript in Harry's hands. The Evans line has fascinated scholars for centuries. A mortal family with such strong ties to Hecate, and yet, no demigods emerged from their bloodline. Until you. Why didn't anyone tell me about this before? Harry asked. Why did I have to find out from my mother's letter? Chiron sighed and sat down heavily in a chair that creaked under his weight. Because the gods are afraid of you, Harry. Afraid of what you represent. A child of Hades is dangerous enough. A child of Hades with Hecate's blood and wizard's magic. He spread his hands. You are unprecedented. Unpredictable. And the gods do not like things they cannot control. My father isn't afraid of me. Your father is the Lord of the Dead. Chiron's voice was dry. He has faced things that would make Zeus himself weep. But even Hades, he paused. Even Hades is uncertain. He does not know what you will become. He only knows that you are the key to something greater than any of us understand. Harry looked down at his mother's letter. Be safe, my darling. Be strong. And when the time comes, be brave. I want to visit her, Harry said. In the underworld. I want to see my mother. Chiron's golden eyes widened. Harry. I know it's dangerous. I know the gods might see it as interference. But she's my mother, Chiron. She gave up her soul for me. The least I can do is visit her. The centaur was silent for a long time. Then he nodded slowly. I will speak with your father. Arrange a visit, safe, protected, with guides who can keep you from harm. But you must promise me something, Harry. Anything. When you go to the underworld, do not eat or drink anything. The dead are bound to their realm by the food they consume, and if you taste even a single seed of pomegranate, I'll be trapped there forever. I know. My father told me. Chiron nodded. Then you are as prepared as you can be. He left the library, his hooves echoing in the silence. Harry turned to Annabeth. Will you come with me? To the underworld? Annabeth's grey eyes were unreadable. Are you sure you want me there? I need someone who isn't afraid to tell me when I'm being an idiot. Annabeth smiled, a rare, genuine smile that transformed her serious face into something almost beautiful. Then I'll come. The visit to the underworld was scheduled for the following week. In the days leading up to it, Harry threw himself into training with a ferocity that surprised even Chiron. He practiced his sword work until his arms ached. He studied the maps of the underworld that Annabeth had found in the library, memorizing the geography of death. He learned to summon ghosts at will, commanding them to appear and vanish with a thought. The key of night pulsed against his chest, growing warmer with each passing day. You will see her soon, the pendant whispered. She waits for you in the Asphodel Meadows, where the souls of the ordinary dead wander for eternity. Is she happy there? Harry asked. The pendant was silent. Harry took that as answer enough. The night before the visit, Percy found Harry sitting on the beach again. You're quiet, Percy said, sitting down beside him. I'm nervous. About seeing your mother? About everything. Harry hugged his knees to his chest. What if she's not what I imagined? What if she's changed? What if she looks at me and sees a stranger? Percy was quiet for a moment. My mom, Sally, she's mortal. She's alive. But I've thought about that too. What if she stops loving me? What if the gods make her forget me? What if, he shook his head. What ifs will drive you crazy, Harry. You can't live your life based on them. How do you know the difference between a real fear and a what if? Percy shrugged. You don't. You just feel it. And then you act anyway. Harry looked out at the ocean. The waves were calm tonight, gentle, lapping at the shore like a mother's hand on a child's forehead. I never had a mother, Harry said quietly. Not really. I had Petunia, who hated me. I had teachers who looked the other way. I had the Dursleys' neighbors, who thought I was a delinquent. But I never had someone who tucked me into bed and kissed me goodnight and told me everything was going to be okay. Percy placed a hand on his shoulder. You have that now. In here. He tapped Harry's chest, right over his heart. Your mother's love didn't die with her, Harry. It's inside you. It's the reason you survived Voldemort. It's the reason you're sitting here right now. Harry's eyes burned. Do you really believe that? I believe that love is the most powerful magic in any world. Percy's sea-green eyes were serious. And I believe that your mother's love is the reason you're going to survive everything that's coming. Harry didn't have words. So he just sat there. On the beach, with Percy's hand on his shoulder and his mother's letter in his pocket and the key of night pulsing against his chest. And for the first time in his life, he felt like maybe, just maybe, everything was going to be okay. Hashtag Chapter 10, Hogwarts sends a letter. The owls came at dawn. Harry was standing at the sword rack outside the training arena, running a whetstone along the edge of his Stygian iron blade, when the first one appeared. It was a magnificent creature, snowy white with wings that seemed to glow in the early morning light. It carried a parchment envelope sealed with crimson wax, and it flew straight toward Harry's face with single-minded determination. He caught it before the owl could peck his eyes out. What the? He turned the envelope over. His name was written in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter, The Sword Rack, Camp Half-Blood, Long Island, New York. Harry's heart stopped. He knew that handwriting. He'd seen it before, on the letter Chiron had shown him weeks ago. The letter he'd been too afraid to answer. He broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. Dear Mr. Potter. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment, Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31, Yours sincerely. Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Harry stared at the letter. July 31st. That was his birthday. In 3 days. He'd never had a birthday before. The Dursleys had ignored it, pretended it didn't exist, treated it like any other day of hunger and beatings and loneliness. But Hogwarts wanted his answer by his birthday. Hogwarts wanted him. The snowy owl hooted impatiently. I don't have an owl, Harry told it. The owl hooted again and pecked his finger. Ow. Fine, fine. I'll figure something out. He walked toward the big house, the letter clutched in his hand, the key of night pulsing against his chest. Behind him, more owls filled the sky, dozens of them, carrying dozens of letters, all addressed to Harry Potter. The camp was about to find out that the wizarding world had finally caught up with him. The rec room of the big house was chaos. Letters covered every surface, the tables, the chairs, the floor, even the ping-pong table that Dionysus insisted on keeping despite never playing. Every owl that had delivered a letter had stayed, perching on the rafters and window sills, hooting impatiently for treats that no one had thought to provide. There must be 100 of them, Annabeth said, picking up a letter at random. Hogwarts. 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 They're all from Hogwarts. Not all, Percy said, holding up a different envelope. This one's from something called the Ministry of Magic. And this one, he squinted at the handwriting. This one's from someone named Albus Dumbledore. Harry's stomach dropped. Dumbledore? The old man from my dreams. You dreamed about him. Before I came to camp. He was sitting in a great hall, telling me he would find me. Harry took the letter from Percy's hand and broke the seal. Dear Harry. I hope this letter finds you well, or as well as can be expected, given the extraordinary circumstances of your life. I will not pretend to understand the world you have found yourself in. The Greek gods, Camp Half-Blood, the powers you are discovering, these are mysteries to me, as I suspect our world of magic is a mystery to you, But I believe strongly, that you belong at Hogwarts. Not because you are the boy who lived. Not because of the prophecy that binds you to Voldemort. But because Hogwarts was your mother's home, and it can be yours too, Please consider my words carefully. The magical world has been searching for you for 8 years. We have mourned you, feared for you, prayed for your safety. And now that you have been found, we hope, against all odds, that you will choose to return to us, Whatever you decide, know that you have allies at Hogwarts. Allies who will protect you, teach you, and fight beside you, I hope to meet you soon. Yours most sincerely. Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read the letter twice. Then he handed it to Percy. What do you think? Percy read it, his expression unreadable. I think he sounds like a politician. Smooth words. Promises of protection. But no explanation for why they left you with the Dursleys for 8 years. That's what I thought too. Annabeth took the letter next. Her grey eyes scanned the parchment, missing nothing. He says the magical world has been searching for you. But Chiron said your location was hidden, warded against magical detection. They couldn't have found you even if they wanted to. Unless someone told them where to look, Harry said slowly. Someone who knew about the wards. Someone who could break them. Your father. Or someone working for him. Harry touched the key of night. He said the protections were failing. Maybe they failed completely. Maybe that's why the owls are finding me now. Chiron entered the rec room, his hooves clicking against the wooden floor. He looked at the letters, at the owls, at Harry's pale face. It has begun, the centaur said. What has begun? Harry asked. The convergence. Chiron sat down heavily, his ancient eyes troubled. Your two worlds are colliding, Harry. The wizarding world has discovered where you are. The gods are arguing about what to do with you. And the monsters, he gestured toward the window, where the camp's barriers shimmered faintly in the morning light. The monsters sense the chaos. They will attack. Soon. Harry looked down at Dumbledore's letter. Asterisk, I hope to meet you soon. Asterisk. He thought about his mother, reading the same letter 20 years ago. About her walking through the barrier at platform 9 3/4, stepping into a world of magic and wonder and danger. She had been brave. He would be brave too. Chiron, Harry said, I want to answer the letter. I want to tell them I'll come to Hogwarts. The room fell silent. Percy's sea-green eyes widened. Harry. I'm not leaving camp forever, Harry said quickly. I'm not abandoning this world. But my mother was a witch. My father is a god. I'm both. And I can't keep pretending that half of me doesn't exist. Chiron nodded slowly. You are right, of course. You cannot ignore your wizarding heritage any more than you can ignore your divine blood. But going to Hogwarts, he paused. It will be dangerous, Harry. The Dark Lord Voldemort may be gone, but his followers are not. They will be watching you. Waiting for you. Monsters are watching me here, Harry pointed out. At least at Hogwarts, I'll learn magic. Magic that might help me control my powers. Magic that might help me fight. Annabeth stepped forward. I'll go with him. Everyone turned to look at her. What? Percy said. Hogwarts is a school, Annabeth said. They accept students from all over the world. I've read about it, the magical school in Scotland. It's supposed to be one of the most well-protected places in the wizarding world. She looked at Chiron. If Harry's going to be there, he needs someone who understands strategy. Someone who can help him navigate the politics. Someone who won't be impressed by his fame. Annabeth, Harry started. I'm not doing it for you, she said sharply. I'm doing it because if you mess up, both worlds could be destroyed. And I refuse to let that happen because you didn't have proper backup. Percy laughed. That's the most Annabeth thing I've ever heard. It's not funny, Percy. This is serious. I know it's serious. Percy's smile faded. That's why I'm going too. Harry stared at him. You can't. You have quests. Responsibilities. The camp needs you. The camp needs me to make sure you don't get killed by a dark wizard, Percy said. Besides, I've always wanted to see a real castle. One that moves. Hogwarts doesn't move. Not with that attitude. Chiron held up a hand. Enough. This is not a decision to be made lightly. The gods will have opinions, strong ones, about demigods attending a school for witches and wizards. And the wizarding world may not welcome us with open arms. They'll have to get used to it, Harry said. I'm not leaving my friends behind. Not again. Chiron looked at him for a long moment. Then he smiled, a rare, genuine smile that softened his ancient features. Your mother would be proud of you, Harry. You have her courage. Her loyalty. Her stubbornness. He stood up. I will speak with your father. Arrange for safe passage to Hogwarts. But you must promise me something. Anything. Be careful. Trust your instincts. And remember, you are not alone. You have never been alone. And you never will be. Harry nodded. The key of night pulsed against his chest. And somewhere in the underworld, he felt his father watching, wary, worried, but proud. The next 2 days were a blur of preparation. Annabeth threw herself into researching Hogwarts, its history, its houses, its political factions. She read books about the Ministry of Magic, about dark wizards, about the war that had ended with Voldemort's disappearance. She quizzed Harry on wizarding etiquette until his head spun. Percy focused on combat. He trained with Harry for hours each day, pushing him harder than ever before. Hogwarts might have magic, he said, but when things go wrong, and they will go wrong, you'll need your sword. Your shadows. Your instincts. Harry practiced until his muscles screamed and his shadows obeyed without thought. The key of night guided him, whispering strategies and warnings. Trust no one completely, the pendant said. Asterisk, not even your friends. Asterisk. Harry ignored that. He trusted Percy. He trusted Annabeth. He trusted Chiron. And he was starting to trust himself. On the morning of July 31st, Harry woke to find a cake on his bedside table. It was small, barely big enough for 2 people, but it was decorated with green frosting and had 9 candles arranged in a circle. A note beside it read, Asterisk Happy Birthday, Harry. You're not alone anymore. The Hermes cabin, Asterisk. Connor was watching him from the bunk above, pretending to sleep. Connor, Harry said. Yeah. Did you make this? Nope. But I helped eat the batter. Connor grinned. The nymphs did most of the work. They like you, you know. Say you have kind eyes. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he lit the candles with a shadow spark, a trick he'd been practicing, and made a wish. He wished for his mother to be proud of him. He wished for the strength to face what was coming. He wished for a home that would never lock him in a cupboard again. Then he blew out the candles and ate a slice of cake that tasted like hope. The Hogwarts letter had asked for a response by July 31st, his birthday. Harry sat down at the Hades table with a piece of parchment and a quill that Annabeth had borrowed from the Athena cabin. The key of night pulsed against his chest, warm and encouraging. Dear Professor McGonagall. He paused. What did you say to a school you'd never seen, a world you'd never known? Asterisk thank you for your letter. I am honored to have been accepted to Hogwarts. I will attend, asterisk. Asterisk however, I will not be coming alone. 2 of my friends, Annabeth Chase and Percy Jackson, will be accompanying me. They are not wizards, but they are my family. And I will not leave them behind, asterisk. Asterisk please let me know if this is acceptable. If it is not, I will understand. But I will not change my mind, asterisk. Sincerely. Harry Potter. He folded the letter and looked around for an owl. The snowy white one was still perched on the rafters, watching him with intelligent amber eyes. Can you take this to Professor McGonagall? Harry asked. The owl hooted and extended its leg. Harry tied the letter to it and watched as the owl flew through the open window, disappearing into the morning sky. The die was cast. He was going to Hogwarts. That evening, Chiron called Harry to the edge of the woods. The centaur stood alone, his horse half hidden by the shadows of the trees. In his hands, he held a small wooden box carved with Greek letters. "Your father sent this," Chiron said, handing Harry the box. "He wanted you to have it before you left for Hogwarts." Harry opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of black velvet, was a ring, silver band, black stone, and the same symbols that marked the key of night carved into its surface. "The Ring of Shadows," Chiron said. "It belonged to your mother. She wore it throughout her time at Hogwarts. Your father kept it after she died, waiting for the day when you would be old enough to wear it." Harry slipped the ring onto his finger. It was cold at first, cold as the grave, but it warmed quickly, settling against his skin like it had always belonged there. "What does it do?" Harry asked. "It allows you to walk unseen," Chiron said. "To blend into shadows so completely that even monsters cannot find you. It also," he paused. "It also allows you to communicate with the dead. Not ghosts, not spirits. The truly dead. Those who have passed beyond even your father's realm." Harry's breath caught. "Can I talk to my mother with it?" "You can try." Chiron's voice was gentle. "But the truly dead are difficult to reach. They have moved on to places even the gods cannot follow. Your mother may be beyond the ring's power. Or she may not. Or she may not." Chiron smiled. "That is hope, Harry. Never lose it." Harry looked down at the ring. His mother's ring. His mother's hope. "Thank you," he said. "Thank my father too. For keeping it safe." Chiron nodded. "I will." He walked back toward the big house, leaving Harry alone at the edge of the woods. Harry touched the ring with his thumb, and for just a moment, just a heartbeat, he felt a presence beside him. Warm. Loving. Familiar. "Happy birthday, my darling." The voice was gone before Harry could respond. But he knew he hadn't imagined it. His mother was watching. His mother was waiting. And one day soon, he would find her. The final owl arrived at midnight. Harry was in his bunk, unable to sleep, when a tawny owl flew through the open window and dropped a letter on his chest. The envelope was addressed in the same emerald green ink, but the handwriting was different, looser, more hurried. "Dear Mr. Potter. Your response has been received. Hogwarts welcomes you, as well as your friends, Transportation will be arranged for September 1st. Please be ready at the camp's boundary by 10 o'clock in the morning, We look forward to meeting you. Minerva McGonagall. P.S. The headmaster has requested a private meeting with you upon your arrival. He says it is a matter of great importance, Harry read the postscript twice. A private meeting with Dumbledore. A matter of great importance. He thought about his mother's letter. About the prophecies. About the dark wizard who had tried to kill him and the god who had saved him. The pieces were moving. The game was beginning. And Harry Potter, son of Hades, heir to 2 worlds, was about to step onto the board. He folded the letter and tucked it under his pillow. The key of night pulsed against his chest. The ring of shadows gleamed on his finger. And somewhere in the darkness, his father watched and waited, hoping against hope that his son would survive what was coming. Chapter 11, Dumbledore's Search Begins. The office of Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was a place of wonder. Silver instruments whirred on spindly tables, casting puffs of smoke into the air. Portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses dozed in their frames, occasionally opening one eye to murmur sleepy observations. And Fawkes the Phoenix. Perched on his golden stand, his scarlet and gold plumage glowing softly in the candlelight. But tonight, the office felt different. Dumbledore sat behind his massive desk, his long silver beard pooling in his lap, his half-moon spectacles pushed up on his forehead. Before him lay a dozen letters, all returned, all unopened, all stamped with the same message in elegant, flowing script, *return to sender. Addressee unknown, *. Still nothing, asked Minerva McGonagall, standing by the window with her arms crossed. Her black hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and her tartan dressing gown did nothing to hide the tension in her shoulders. Nothing, Dumbledore said quietly. The owls cannot find him. The tracking spells cannot locate him. It is as if Harry Potter simply vanished from the face of the earth. McGonagall turned from the window, her expression grim. Albus, the boy is 8 years old. He has been missing for 8 years. At what point do we accept that he may be? No. Dumbledore's voice was soft but firm. Harry is alive, Minerva. I would feel it if he were not. The magic his mother left behind, the protection, it still hums in the world. Faint, but present. Then where is he? Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. That is the question that has haunted me for the past 8 years. When I placed Harry on the Dursleys' doorstep, I believed he would be safe. Protected by blood magic, hidden from those who would do him harm. The Dursleys, McGonagall said, her voice sharp. I told you, Albus. I told you they were the worst sort of muggles. If you had let me. You would have done what, Minerva? Raised him yourself. The blood protection required Lily's blood relative. Petunia was the only choice. A poor choice. A necessary one. Dumbledore's blue eyes, usually twinkling with warmth, were cold and distant. But it seems even the blood protection has limits. The Dursleys are no longer responding to my letters. Their neighbors report that they have become reclusive, refusing to speak of the boy who once lived in their home. McGonagall's face paled. What happened to him? I do not know. Dumbledore stood and walked to the window where Fawkes sat. The phoenix trilled softly, rubbing its head against the old wizard's hand. But I intend to find out. The search for Harry Potter had begun in earnest 3 days after he was placed on the Dursleys' doorstep. At first, Dumbledore had been content to let the boy grow up in obscurity, protected by his aunt's home and the ancient magic of Lily's sacrifice. He sent occasional letters, received terse replies from Petunia insisting that Harry was fine and no trouble, and assumed that all was well. But as the years passed, the replies stopped coming. Dumbledore sent Arabella Figg, a squib who lived on Wisteria Walk, to keep an eye on the Dursleys. Her reports were concerning. Harry appeared thin, poorly clothed, and was often left alone for hours at a time. But when Dumbledore raised these concerns with Petunia, she dismissed them as the fantasies of an interfering old busybody. The boy is fed, Petunia had written in her last letter, now 8 years old and yellowed with age. The boy is clothed. The boy has a roof over his head. What more do you want? Love, Dumbledore thought now, staring at the letter. I wanted him to have love. He had considered removing Harry from the Dursleys many times over the years. But each time, the blood protection had stayed his hand. As long as Harry called number 4, Privet Drive home, Voldemort could not touch him. As long as Harry called the Dursleys family, the Dark Lord's followers could not find him. But now, the protection had failed. Or perhaps it had never been the Dursleys that kept Harry safe. Perhaps it had been something else entirely. Alastor Moody arrived at Hogwarts on a rainy Tuesday in July. The famed Auror had retired from active duty years ago, after losing his leg. And his eye to dark wizards, but his paranoia had not diminished with age. He limped into Dumbledore's office, his magical eye spinning wildly in its socket, taking in every corner of the room. Albus, Moody growled. You said it was urgent. It is. Dumbledore gestured to a chair. Please, sit. Moody sat, his normal eye fixed on Dumbledore, his magical eye still spinning. What's happened? Another attack? Death Eaters on the move. Worse. Dumbledore pushed a stack of letters across the desk. Harry Potter has disappeared. Moody's magical eye stopped spinning. What? I placed him with his aunt and uncle 8 years ago. They were supposed to keep him safe. But recently, the owls started coming back unopened. I sent Arabella Fig to check on them, and she found the house empty. Empty. Abandoned. The Dursleys are gone, moved away in the night, according to neighbors. No forwarding address. No explanation. And no sign of Harry. Moody picked up one of the returned letters, his scarred face unreadable. You think the Death Eaters found him? I think something found him. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. But not Death Eaters. The tracking spells I placed on Harry would have alerted me if dark wizards were near. No, this is something else. Something older. Something I do not fully understand. Moody's magical eye swiveled to focus on Dumbledore. What are you not telling me, Albus? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he opened a drawer in his desk and withdrew a small wooden box, carved with symbols that seemed to shift and writhe when Moody looked at them directly. He opened the box, revealing a single object inside, a shard of black glass, no larger than a canute, that pulsed with a faint green light. What is that? Moody asked. A piece of the barrier that surrounded the Dursleys' home, Dumbledore said. Not the blood protection, something else. Something layered beneath it, hidden so deeply that even I did not notice it until recently. And what does it tell you? Dumbledore picked up the shard, and the green light flared, casting strange shadows across the office. It tells me that Harry Potter was never truly protected by the Dursleys. He was protected by something, or someone, far more powerful. Someone who did not want him found. The gods, Moody breathed. Dumbledore looked at him sharply. What do you know of the gods, Alastor? I know that they exist. Moody's magical eye spun again, faster this time. I've seen things in my years as an Auror, things the Ministry would never believe. Creatures that shouldn't exist. Powers that don't come from wands or bloodlines. The old gods, Albus. They're real. And sometimes, they take an interest in mortal affairs. You believe the gods took Harry? I believe something took him. Moody leaned forward, his scarred face intense. And I believe you need to find out what before it's too late. The investigation took Dumbledore to places he had never imagined. He consulted with the centaur herd in the Forbidden Forest, but they spoke in riddles and would not look him in the eye. He sought out the old witch Bathilda Bagshot, who had written the history of magic, but she shook her head and muttered about forces beyond wizarding understanding. He even traveled to the Department of Mysteries, hoping the unspeakables might have answers, but they turned him away with blank faces and empty words. Every door closed. Every path ended in shadows. And everywhere he went, Dumbledore felt watched, not by Death Eaters or dark creatures, but by something older. Something patient. Something that did not want Harry Potter found. The boy is hidden, Dumbledore wrote in his private journal one night, his quill scratching across the parchment. Not by magic I recognize, but by magic I respect. The power that shields him is ancient, primordial, and utterly unlike anything in the wizarding world. He paused, staring at the words. Primordial. The word echoed. In his mind, stirring memories of old texts and older myths. Stories his mother had told him as a child, before he had gone to Hogwarts and learned to dismiss such things as fairy tales. Stories about gods who walked the earth, about heroes who fought monsters, about realms beyond the veil of mortal sight. The Greek gods. Dumbledore had always believed there was truth in myths. He had studied the ancient Greek texts at school, fascinated by the stories of Olympus and the underworld. But he had never thought, never imagined, that those myths might intersect with the wizarding world. What if Harry had been taken by the gods? What if the boy who lived was not just a wizard? What if he was something more? The letter arrived at Hogwarts on the last day of July. Dumbledore was in the middle of breakfast when Fawkes burst into flames and reformed on his perch, a parchment envelope clutched in his talons. The phoenix trilled urgently, and Dumbledore took the letter with trembling hands. The handwriting was unfamiliar, looping and elegant, written with a quill that had not come from any wizarding shop. The seal was a symbol Dumbledore did not recognize, a circle divided by a lightning bolt, surrounded by Greek letters. He broke the seal and read. Albus Dumbledore. * You have been searching for Harry Potter. Cease your efforts. The boy is safe, protected by forces you do not understand and cannot control. He is being trained in ways that would astonish you. And he will return to your world when he is ready, not before. **. Do not attempt to find him. Do not send more owls. Do not involve the ministry. If you do, you will place him in danger far greater than any dark wizard. Trust that Harry is where he needs to be. Trust that he will come to Hogwarts when the time is right. And prepare, for when he returns, he will not be the frightened boy you left on the Dursleys' doorstep. He will be something new. Something the world has never seen. A friend. Dumbledore read the letter 3 times. Then he folded it carefully and tucked it into his robes. Albus? McGonagall asked, watching him with concern. What is it? What does it say? It says, Dumbledore said slowly, that Harry Potter is not lost. He is hidden. And he will return when he is ready. That's all. That's all it says. Dumbledore looked at his deputy, and for the first time in years, his blue eyes held something that looked like fear. It says that Harry is being trained. That he will not be the boy we remember. And that the forces protecting him are older and more powerful than anything in the wizarding world. McGonagall's face paled. What forces? Dumbledore shook his head. I do not know, Minerva. But I intend to find out. He stood and walked toward the door, Fawkes trilling softly on his perch. Where are you going? McGonagall asked. To the library. There are books I should have read years ago. And answers I should have sought before now. He left the great hall, his robes billowing behind him, and did not look back. The Hogwarts library was vast, the largest collection of magical texts in Britain. But Dumbledore did not head for the restricted section, where the dark tomes were kept. Instead, he went to a dusty corner near the back, where the books on mythology gathered cobwebs and neglect. He pulled a volume from the shelf, The Gods of Olympus, Fact or Folklore, by a wizard who had lived in the 16th century. The book was heavy, its pages yellowed with age. Dumbledore carried it to a table and began to read. The gods of ancient Greece were not myths, the author wrote. They were real as you or I. But they did not exist in our world. They existed in a realm parallel to ours, a realm the Greeks called Olympus and the Romans called the Divine. From this realm, they watched the affairs of mortals, occasionally intervening when it suited their purposes. But the gods were not alone. Beneath them, in the depths of the earth, lay the underworld, the realm of Hades, Lord of the Dead. And beneath that, in the darkest depths of all, lay Tartarus, the prison of the Titans. These realms are not accessible by ordinary magic. They exist beyond the veil, protected by barriers that even the most powerful wizards cannot breach. But sometimes, rarely, the barriers thin. And when they do, gods and mortals can interact. The last such thinning occurred in the 5th century BCE, during the Persian Wars. The gods walked openly among mortals, aiding their chosen heroes. But after the wars ended, the barriers thickened again. The gods retreated to their realms. And the wizarding world forgot that they had ever existed. Dumbledore set the book down, his mind racing. The barriers thin. That was what had happened to Harry, wasn't it? The barriers between worlds had thinned, and someone, something, had reached through to claim him. But who? And why? The next book Dumbledore read was older, much older. It was written on parchment so fragile that he had to handle it with enchanted gloves. The text was in ancient Greek, which Dumbledore had learned as a young man, and it told the story of a child born of two worlds. Asterisk when the blood of Olympus mingles with the blood of the magic-born, a child of power will be born. This child will walk between worlds, commanding both the living and the dead. This child will be the bridge, the convergence, the point upon which the fate of all realms turns, asterisk. Asterisk but beware, for the child will be hunted. The gods will fear him. The titans will seek to control him. And the dark forces that dwell in the spaces between worlds will stop at nothing to claim him, asterisk. Only love, the love of a mother, the love of a father, the love of those who fight beside him, will keep the child safe. And only the child himself can decide whether he will be salvation or destruction. Dumbledore closed the book. His hands were shaking. Harry Potter was not just a wizard. He was a demigod, the son of one of the ancient gods. And the prophecies that surrounded him were not limited to the wizarding world. They spanned Olympus itself. No wonder the Dursleys' home was warded so heavily, Dumbledore thought. Asterisk no wonder Harry could not be found. He was hidden by powers older than magic itself, asterisk. But who was his father? Which god had claimed Lily Potter as his own? Dumbledore thought about the blood protection Lily had invoked. About the way Voldemort's killing curse had rebounded, destroying the Dark Lord while leaving Harry alive. About the scar on Harry's forehead, which Dumbledore had always suspected held more than just dark magic. Hades. The name rose in Dumbledore's mind unbidden. Asterisk Hades, Lord of the Dead. The god of shadows and darkness. The god who claimed the souls of the departed, asterisk. Had Lily made a bargain with Hades? Had she traded her soul for her son's life? And if she had, what did that mean for Harry? Dumbledore did not sleep that night. He sat in his office, surrounded by books and scrolls, piecing together the fragments of a truth he had been blind to for 8 years. The Dursleys had never been Harry's true protectors. They had been a cover, a mask for the real protection that Hades had placed on the boy. The skeletal birds Lily had written about in her private journals, the ones she had seen watching over Harry's crib, they had not been figments of her imagination. They had been servants of Hades, sent to guard the child of the underworld. The shadows that seemed to cling to Harry, even as a baby, they had been the cloak of his father, wrapped around him like a shield. And the power that had destroyed Voldemort, it had not come from Lily's sacrifice alone. It had come from Hades himself, who had broken the ancient laws to save his son. If Zeus finds out, Dumbledore thought, there will be war. The king of the gods would not tolerate his brother's defiance. The Big Three oath had been sworn for a reason, to prevent the birth of children powerful enough to overthrow Olympus. If Zeus discovered that Hades had broken that oath, had fathered a child with a witch, had intervened directly in mortal affairs, the consequences would be catastrophic. Dumbledore looked out the window at the stars. Somewhere out there, Harry Potter was training. Learning to control his powers. Preparing for a destiny that spanned 2 worlds. And when he returned, when he finally came to Hogwarts, everything would change. The next morning, Dumbledore called a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix. The old headquarters at Grimmauld Place was dusty and cold, unused since the fall of Voldemort. But the Order members came when called: McGonagall, Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, and others who had fought in the First War. Dumbledore stood at the head of the long table, his face grave. "I have called you here today to discuss Harry Potter," he said. Murmurs rippled through the room. "I thought the boy was missing," Lupin said. He looked tired, more tired than Dumbledore remembered, with dark circles under his eyes and grey streaking his brown hair. "He was missing," Dumbledore said. "But I have recently discovered that he was not missing in the way we thought. Harry was hidden, protected by forces outside the wizarding world. What forces? Moody demanded. Dumbledore took a deep breath. The Greek gods. Silence. Albus, McGonagall said slowly, are you suggesting that Harry Potter was taken by Zeus? Not Zeus, Dumbledore said. Hades. Lord of the dead. I believe Harry is the son of Hades, a demigod, in the parlance of the ancient myths. The silence deepened. Kingsley leaned forward, his dark face troubled. With respect, Albus, that's impossible. The gods don't, they can't. They can, Dumbledore said. And they did. Lily Potter's bloodline carried traces of divine heritage, traces that Hades found compelling. You're saying Lily slept with a god? Tonks asked, her pink hair flopping over her eyes. I'm saying Hades fell in love with a witch. Dumbledore's voice was soft. And that love produced a child who carries the blood of both the divine and the magical. Lupin stood up abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. You're telling us that Harry, James's son, is not fully human. He is fully human, Dumbledore said. And fully divine. And fully magical. He is all three, Remus. And that is why he is so important. Important to whom? To everyone. Dumbledore's blue eyes swept across the room. The prophecies speak of Harry, not just the prophecy that marked him as Voldemort's equal, but older prophecies. Prophecies from the world of the gods. Harry is the convergence of two worlds, and his choices will decide the fate of both. Moody's magical eye spun wildly. Then we need to find him. Protect him. Train him. We cannot find him. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. He is hidden in a place even I cannot reach. But he is not alone. He is being trained, by beings far more powerful than us. So we just wait. McGonagall demanded. We do nothing. We prepare. Dumbledore stood, his presence filling the room. We prepare for the day when Harry returns. We strengthen our defenses. We gather our allies. And we pray, to whatever gods will listen, that when the time comes, Harry will be ready. The meeting ended shortly after. But as the Order members filed out, Dumbledore caught Lupin's arm. Remus, he said quietly. A word. Lupin waited until the others had left, then turned to Dumbledore with wary eyes. Harry is James's son, Lupin said. I knew James. He would not have, Lily would not have. Lily loved Harry more than anything, Dumbledore said. And she loved James. But she also loved the father of her child, the god who saved them both from Voldemort. Lupin's face crumpled. You're telling me James wasn't Harry's father? I'm telling you that Harry has two fathers. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. One who raised him, loved him, and died protecting him. And one who watched over him from the shadows, bound by laws he could not break. Both loved Lily. Both love Harry. And both would die to keep him safe. Lupin sank into a chair, his head in his hands. Gods, he whispered. Real gods. Real, Dumbledore agreed. And Harry is one of them. Not a god himself, not yet, but something close. Something the world has never seen. What do we do? We wait. Dumbledore placed a hand on Lupin's shoulder. We hope. And when Harry returns, we welcome him home. Lupin looked up, his eyes wet. He's just a boy, Albus. He's just a little boy. He is, Dumbledore agreed. But he will not be little for long. The world is changing, Remus. And Harry Potter, son of Hades, heir to two worlds, will be at the center of it all. Outside, the sun rose over Hogwarts, painting the castle in shades of gold and rose. And somewhere across the ocean, in a camp hidden from mortal eyes, Harry Potter trained with his sword and called upon his shadows, unaware that a war was brewing, a war that would soon demand his presence, his power, and his sacrifice. Chapter 12, Journey to Hogwarts. The morning of September 1st dawned cold and grey over Camp Half-Blood. Harry stood at the camp's boundary, his worn backpack slung over one shoulder, the key of night pulsing gently against his chest. The ring of shadows gleamed on his finger, cool and smooth, and his Stygian iron sword was safely disguised as a simple black umbrella in his pack. Beside him, Percy and Annabeth waited with their own luggage, Percy's trident-shaped necklace hidden beneath his orange camp shirt, Annabeth's Yankees cap tucked into her pocket. "You don't have to do this," Chiron said, standing behind them with his horse half hidden beneath the magical wheelchair. "Hogwarts will still be there next year. The magical world will still be there." "I know," Harry said. "But I'm tired of hiding, Chiron. I've been hiding my whole life, in a cupboard, behind wards, behind prophecies. It's time to stop." Chiron's golden eyes were sad. "You sound like your father. Is that a bad thing?" "No." The centaur smiled. "It is simply concerning. The Lord of the Dead has a tendency to attract trouble. As do you." Percy snorted. "Trouble finds us. We don't need to attract it." Nevertheless. Chiron stepped forward and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Remember what I taught you. Trust your instincts. Watch your back. And if you ever need us, if the danger becomes too great, send word. We will come." Harry nodded, his throat tight. He had only been at Camp Half-Blood for a few months, but it had become more of a home than Privet Drive ever was. The campers were his people. The training was his purpose. And Chiron, wise, patient, ancient Chiron, was the closest thing to a parent he had ever known, besides the father who watched from the shadows. "All right," Harry promised. "See that you do." A horn sounded in the distance, not the conch shell of the camp, but something deeper. Older. A sound that seemed to come from the earth itself. "That's our ride," Annabeth said, her grey eyes scanning the horizon. Chiron arranged for a specialized form of transportation. "Specialized how?" Percy asked. The ground in front of them split open. Harry stumbled backward, his hand reaching for his sword, but Chiron placed a calming hand on his arm. The crack in the earth widened, revealing a staircase carved from obsidian, stairs that descended into darkness so deep it seemed to swallow the light itself. "The gods have many ways of traveling between worlds," Chiron said. "The underworld, in particular, has passages that lead to almost any location on Earth. Your father has offered you the use of one." Harry stared into the darkness. The shadows whispered to him, not with warning, but with welcome. They knew him. They recognized the blood of Hades in his veins. "Come," they seemed to say. We will guide you. Are you sure about this?" Percy asked, his sea-green eyes wary. "No," Harry admitted. "But I'm going anyway." He stepped onto the obsidian stairs. The darkness closed around him like an embrace. The journey through the underworld passage took 3 hours. Harry led the way, the key of night glowing faintly to light their path. The stairs descended deeper and deeper, past caverns filled with glowing crystals, past rivers of liquid shadow, past doors that led to places Harry didn't want to imagine. The shadows whispered directions in his ears, guiding him left and right, up and down, through a maze that would have been impossible to navigate alone. "How do you know where you're going?" Annabeth asked, her voice echoing in the darkness. "The shadows tell me." "The shadows talk to you?" "Not in words. In feelings. Instincts." Harry paused at a fork in the path, listening to the whispers. "They want me to go left." Percy looked at the left passage, a narrow tunnel that seemed to exhale cold air. "And right?" The right passage was wider, more inviting, lit by a soft golden glow that seemed almost warm. "The right leads to the surface faster," Harry said. But it also leads through a graveyard. An old one. The dead there are restless. The left leads through a cave system. Longer, but safer. No ghosts. Annabeth and Percy exchanged a glance. Left it is, Percy said. They walked in silence for a while, the only sounds their footsteps on the obsidian floor and the distant drip of water somewhere in the darkness. Harry felt the weight of the underworld pressing on him, not uncomfortably, but heavily. This was his father's realm. His birthright. He could feel Hades' presence everywhere, in the stones and the shadows and the very air they breathed. Your father is watching us, Annabeth said quietly. Harry nodded. He's always watching. Does that bother you? It used to. Harry touched the key of night. Now it just feels normal. Like having a parent in the next room. You know they're there, even if you can't see them. Percy laughed softly. My dad is the opposite. He's never there. I have to yell at the ocean just to get his attention. The ocean is a big place. The ocean is a big excuse. They emerged from the underworld passage in a forest, not the woods surrounding Camp Half-Blood, but a different forest. Older. Wilder. The trees were massive oaks and beeches, their branches intertwined overhead to form a canopy that blocked out the sky. Mist curled around their ankles, and the air smelled of damp earth and fallen leaves. Where are we? Annabeth asked, pulling out her dagger. Harry closed his eyes, listening to the shadows. Scotland. Near the border. Hogwarts is about 20 miles north. 20 miles. We're supposed to walk 20 miles. The shadows whispered again, and Harry smiled. No. We're supposed to fly. He raised his hand, and the shadows answered. They rose from the forest floor like living things, twisting and shaping themselves into forms that made Annabeth gasp and Percy reach for Riptide. But the forms were not monsters, they were horses. Dark horses made of shadow and starlight, with manes that flowed like smoke and eyes that glowed faintly green. The dead ride such steeds, the key of night whispered. But the living may ride them too, if the son of Hades commands. Harry approached the largest shadow horse, placing his hand on its muzzle. The creature was warm, impossibly warm, and it nuzzled against his palm like a living thing. We need to get to Hogwarts, Harry said. Can you take us? The shadow horse tossed its head and knelt, inviting Harry to mount. Okay then. Harry climbed onto its back, and the shadow horse rose smoothly to its feet. Percy. Annabeth. Annabeth mounted a second shadow horse with practiced grace, her grey eyes wide with wonder. Percy approached his own mount more cautiously, his sea-green eyes narrowed. If this thing throws me, I'm blaming you, he said. It won't throw you. How do you know? Because I'm the son of Hades, and I told it not to. Percy climbed aboard. The shadow horses took off at a gallop, but their hooves made no sound on the forest floor. They wove between trees, leaped over fallen logs, and splashed through streams without slowing. The wind whipped Harry's hair back from his face, and for the first time in weeks, he felt free. Faster, he urged. The shadow horse obliged. They flew through the forest, not flying in the air, but flying across the ground, faster than any mortal horse could run. The trees blurred past, the mist parted before them, and the miles disappeared beneath their hooves. Hogwarts appeared on the horizon like something out of a dream. The castle was enormous, towering spires, battlements, turrets, and towers that seemed to pierce the clouds themselves. It sat on a cliff overlooking a vast black lake, and the windows glowed with warm golden light against the gathering dusk. It's beautiful, Annabeth whispered. It's huge, Percy corrected. How are we supposed to find anything in there? The shadow horses slowed as they approached the castle gates, coming to a stop at the edge of the lake. Harry dismounted, his legs shaky, and turned to thank his steed, but the horse was already dissolving into mist, returning to the shadows from which it came. "Thank you," Harry said anyway. The mist seemed to curl around him for a moment, warm and affectionate. Then it was gone. They crossed the lake in a small boat that appeared from nowhere, wooden, ancient, and lit by floating candles that cast dancing reflections on the black water. Harry sat in the bow, watching the castle grow larger with every stroke of the invisible oars. "Hogwarts," he murmured. "Your mother's school," Annabeth said. "My mother's home." The boat glided into an underground harbor, passing through a curtain of ivy into a cavern lit by torches. Harry stepped onto the stone dock and looked up at the stairs that led to the castle proper. "Ready?" Percy asked. "No." "Good. Let's go." They climbed the stairs and emerged into a courtyard filled with statues, wizards and witches, mythical creatures, and one figure that made Harry stop in his tracks. A statue of Hades. Not the Hades of Greek myth, the Dark Lord, the kidnapper of Persephone, the god of death. This was a different Hades. A Hades in wizard's robes, holding a staff instead of a scepter, with kind eyes and a gentle smile. "Pluto," Annabeth said, reading the plaque at the base of the statue. "The Roman aspect of Hades. The wizards apparently honor him as the lord of the underworld." "He looks kind," Harry said. "He looks like a statue," Percy said. "Can we please go inside? It's freezing out here." Harry touched the statue's stone hand. For just a moment, just a heartbeat, he felt his father's presence, warm and close. "Be brave, my son." Harry nodded and followed Percy and Annabeth into the castle. The great hall of Hogwarts took Harry's breath away. Thousands of candles floated in the air above 4 long tables, each draped in different colors, red and gold, blue and bronze, yellow and black, green and silver. The ceiling reflected the night sky outside, stars twinkling in the darkness. And at the front of the hall, on a raised dais, sat the staff table, a dozen witches and wizards in robes, watching the new students with expressions ranging from curiosity to suspicion. Harry felt their eyes on him the moment he walked in. Not just the teachers, the students too. Whispers spread through the hall like wildfire, students leaning over to mutter to their neighbors, pointing at Harry with trembling fingers. "Potter. Harry Potter. He's here. He came back. Look at the people with him." Percy leaned close to Harry's ear. "They're staring. I noticed. Is that normal for wizard schools? I don't know. I've never been to one." A woman in emerald green robes stood up from the staff table and walked toward them. She had black hair pulled back in a tight bun, square spectacles, and a stern expression that softened slightly when she looked at Harry. "Mr. Potter," she said. "I am Professor McGonagall. We've been expecting you." Harry extended his hand. "Thank you for having us, Professor." McGonagall looked at his hand for a moment, as if surprised by the gesture. Then she shook it firmly. "These are your friends?" she asked, looking at Percy and Annabeth. "Percy Jackson and Annabeth Chase," Harry said. They're my guardians. Chiron sent them to make sure I arrived safely." Guardians, it wasn't exactly true, but it wasn't exactly false either. Percy and Annabeth were his friends, his protectors, his family. They had come with him to a world they didn't understand because they refused to let him face it alone. "Guardians," McGonagall repeated. She studied Percy and Annabeth with sharp eyes. "Mr. Jackson, Miss Chase. Welcome to Hogwarts. The headmaster has requested a private meeting with Mr. Potter. You are welcome to wait in the antechamber." "We're not leaving him alone," Percy said. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. "I assure you, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Potter will be perfectly safe with the headmaster." "It's fine, Percy," Harry said. "I'll be fine." Percy hesitated, then nodded. "We'll be right outside. If you need us." "I know. Call for you." Harry followed McGonagall out of the great hall, up a moving staircase that made him dizzy, and through a corridor lined with portraits that whispered as he passed. Potter. James's boy. Lily's son. He has her eyes. McGonagall stopped in front of a stone gargoyle. Lemon drop, she said. The gargoyle leaped aside, revealing a spiral staircase that moved upward on its own. Harry stepped onto it, gripping the stone railing as he rose toward the top of the highest tower. The staircase deposited him in front of a oak door with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. McGonagall knocked twice, and a voice from inside said, "Enter." The door swung open. Harry walked into the office of Albus Dumbledore. The room was circular, filled with whirring silver instruments and portraits of sleeping headmasters. A magnificent phoenix perched on a golden stand, its scarlet and gold plumage glowing softly in the firelight. And behind a massive claw-footed desk sat an old man with long silver hair and beard, half-moon spectacles, and blue eyes that seemed to see straight through Harry's skin. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore said, rising from his chair. At last. Harry stood in the center of the office, the key of night pulsing against his chest, the ring of shadows cool on his finger. He could feel the power in this room, the old man's power, ancient and deep, unlike anything he had encountered at Camp Half-Blood. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Harry said. "Thank you for seeing me." Dumbledore gestured to a chair. "Please, sit. There is much to discuss." Harry sat. The phoenix, Fawkes, Harry remembered from his mother's letters, flew from its stand and landed on the back of Harry's chair, trilling softly. The sound was beautiful, almost painful in its sweetness, and Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. "He likes you," Dumbledore said, smiling. "Phoenixes are excellent judges of character. Is that why you asked to meet with me? To test my character?" Dumbledore's smile faded. "No, Harry. I asked to meet with you because I have been searching for you for 8 years. And now that you have finally come to Hogwarts, I need to understand, I need to know, what happened to you." "You mean after my parents died?" "I mean before that as well." Dumbledore leaned forward, his blue eyes intense. "Your mother, Lily, she kept secrets. Secrets she shared with no one, not even your father. Secrets about your true heritage." Harry's hand went to the key of night. "You know about the gods." "I know that the Greek gods are real. I know that they walk among mortals, that they have children with mortals, that those children are called demigods." Dumbledore paused. "And I know that you, Harry Potter, are one of them." Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he reached into his shirt and pulled out the key of night, letting the obsidian pendant catch the firelight. "My father is Hades," Harry said. "Lord of the dead. He fell in love with my mother, and she bore me. When Voldemort came to kill us, Hades intervened, not openly, but enough to save my life. And then my mother made a bargain, her soul for my safety." Dumbledore's face went pale. "A bargain with Hades? She's in the underworld now. Waiting for me." Harry's voice cracked. "I haven't seen her since I was a baby. I don't even remember her face. But I know she loved me. I know she gave up everything for me. And the Dursleys? A cover. A hiding place. My father warded their home so that the gods couldn't see me, and my mother's blood magic protected me from Voldemort's followers. But the protections failed, and I was found, by Percy, by Camp Half-Blood, by a world I never knew existed." Dumbledore sat back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "You have been through more than any child should endure," he said finally. "More than most adults should endure. And yet, here you are. Whole. Unbroken. Ready to face whatever comes next." "I'm not whole," Harry said. "I'm not unbroken. But I'm still standing. That is more than most can say." They sat in silence for a while, the only sounds the crackling of the fire and Fawkes's soft trilling. Harry watched Dumbledore's face, looking for judgment, for fear, for the same suspicion he had seen in the eyes of the campers when he first arrived at Camp Half-Blood. But Dumbledore's eyes held only sadness. "I failed you, Harry," the headmaster said quietly. "I placed you with the Dursleys, believing they would keep you safe. I did not know about the cupboard. I did not know about the beatings, the starvation, the loneliness. If I had. You would have done what?" Harry asked. "Taken me away. The blood protection would have broken. Voldemort would have found me. My father's wards would have collapsed." He shook his head. "You didn't fail me, Professor. You did the best you could with the information you had. But I should have known. Should have, could have, would have." Harry stood up. "I'm tired of living in the past. The prophecies are coming. The war is coming. And I need to be ready." Dumbledore stood as well, his robes rustling. "You will be. Hogwarts will train you. Your friends will protect you. And I," he paused, his blue eyes bright. "I will do everything in my power to ensure you survive what is coming." Harry looked at the old man, the headmaster, the leader of the Order of the Phoenix, the most powerful wizard of the age. "Thank you," Harry said. "Don't thank me yet, Harry. The road ahead is dark. And I fear," Dumbledore's voice dropped to a whisper. "I fear that not all of us will reach the end." Fawkes trilled once, loudly, and the fire in the hearth flared green. Harry felt the shadows stir at his feet. The key of night pulsed. And somewhere in the depths of the castle, he heard his mother's voice, faint, distant, but unmistakable. "Welcome home, my son." Hashtag Chapter 13, The Castle of Magic. The Sorting Hat was supposed to be placed on Harry's head. That was what McGonagall had explained on the way to the Great Hall, that each new student would don the ancient artifact, and the hat would determine which house they belonged to. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Harry had nodded along, pretending to understand, while the shadows whispered in his ears about houses and legacies and the weight of expectation. But when McGonagall called his name, Potter, Harry, and the entire hall fell silent, Harry walked to the stool with the eyes of every witch and wizard in Britain fixed on his face. He could feel them judging him, measuring him, comparing him to the parents they remembered and the prophecy they feared. He sat down. The Sorting Hat dropped over his eyes, plunging him into darkness. And then a voice spoke inside his head, not the shadow's whisper, but something older. Rougher. A voice that had sorted thousands of students over 1,000 years. "Harry Potter," the hat said. "I have been waiting for you." "You have?" "Oh yes. Your mother sat on this stool 30 years ago. Your father, your mortal father, sat here too. And now you." The hat paused. "But you are not like them, are you? You carry something in your blood that no Potter has ever carried. Something old. Something dark. My father is Hades," Harry said silently. "Lord of the dead. I know. I can feel him in you, the shadows, the cold, the hunger. You would do well in Slytherin, boy. You have ambition. Cunning. A desire to prove yourself to those who doubted you." Harry's heart clenched. Slytherin. But that's the Dark House. Voldemort's house. Salazar Slytherin was not a dark wizard when he founded this school, the hat said sharply. He was a man who valued ambition and resourcefulness. It is not the house that makes the wizard, Harry. It is the choices. What would my mother want? Your mother would want you to be happy. Your father, the one who raised you, James Potter, would want you to be brave. And your true father, the Lord of the Dead, would want you to be powerful. Asterisk the hat chuckled. Asterisk, but none of them get to decide. Only you. Asterisk. Harry thought about the cupboard. About the Dursleys. About Percy holding out his hand in the rain and saying, "I've got you." He thought about his mother's letter, asterisk, "Be safe, my darling. Be strong. And when the time comes, be brave." Asterisk. Not Slytherin, Harry said. Asterisk, not Slytherin. Asterisk. Asterisk, then where? Asterisk. Asterisk, where would I find friends? Where would I find family? Where would I find, asterisk? Asterisk, home. Asterisk, the hat's voice softened. Asterisk, that would be Gryffindor, boy. Your parents' house. The house of the brave. Asterisk. Do you think I'm brave? Asterisk, I think you survived a cupboard for 8 years without losing yourself. I think you faced monsters and shadows and the Lord of the Dead himself. I think you walked into this hall knowing that everyone was watching, everyone was judging, and you didn't run. Asterisk, the hat paused. Asterisk, yes, Harry Potter. I think you are brave. Asterisk. Then put me in Gryffindor. The hat shouted for the whole hall to hear. Asterisk, Gryffindor. Asterisk. The table draped in red and gold erupted into cheers. Harry pulled the hat off his head and walked toward his new house, his legs shaking, his heart pounding. Students slapped his back, shook his hand, shouted his name. And at the end of the table, a boy with messy red hair and a girl with bushy brown hair made room for him between them. "Welcome to Gryffindor," the red-haired boy said, grinning. "I'm Ron Weasley. This is Hermione Granger." "Harry Potter," Harry said. "We know," Hermione said, her brown eyes bright. "Everyone knows." Harry sat down between them, and for the first time since stepping into Hogwarts, he felt like he might belong. The feast was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Dishes piled high with roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and mint sauce. And for dessert, trifle, spotted dick, chocolate gatto, jam tarts, treacle tart, and every flavor of ice cream Harry could imagine. "Is it always like this?" Harry asked Ron, his mouth full of treacle tart. "Only on special occasions," Ron said, reaching for a chicken leg. "Normally it's just, amazing." Hermione rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. "Ron, you're disgusting. You're just jealous because I can eat more than you." "I can eat more than both of you," Percy said, sliding onto the bench across from Harry. He had a plate piled high with food and a grin on his face. "The food at camp is good, but this is something else." Annabeth sat beside him, eating her meal with more dignity but equal enthusiasm. "The architecture is incredible. Have you seen the ceiling? It's enchanted to look like the sky. And the moving staircases, I counted 17 different configurations in the hour before dinner." "You counted the staircases?" Ron asked, looking baffled. "I'm a daughter of Athena. We count everything." "A daughter of what?" Percy kicked Ron under the table. "It's a long story. We'll explain later." Harry caught Percy's eye and nodded. The wizarding world didn't know about the gods yet, not really. Dumbledore had agreed to keep Harry's true parentage secret, at least for now. As far as Hogwarts was concerned, Harry Potter was simply the boy who lived, the orphaned hero of the wizarding world. Not the son of Hades. Not the Shadow Prince. Not the child of 2 prophecies. Just Harry. After the feast, the prefects led the Gryffindors to their common room. The entrance was hidden behind a portrait of a fat lady in a pink silk dress. "Password?" she asked. "Fortuna Major," said Percy, who had somehow learned the password in advance. The portrait swung open, revealing a circular room filled with squashy armchairs and a roaring fireplace. Stairs led up to the boys' and girls' dormitories, and windows looked out over the grounds toward the forbidden forest. "This is home," Ron said, collapsing into an armchair. "For the next 7 years, anyway." Harry looked around the common room, at the scarlet and gold banners, the enchanted ceiling that showed the night sky, the portraits of witches and wizards who smiled and waved at the new students. It wasn't Camp Half-Blood. It wasn't the Hermes cabin or the training arena or the lake where Percy could breathe underwater. But it was warm. And for the first time in his life, Harry had a room that wasn't a cupboard. That night, Harry dreamed. He was standing in the great hall again, but the tables were empty and the candles had burned down to stubs. The ceiling showed a sky that was neither night nor day, a strange twilight that seemed to exist between worlds. A woman stood at the front of the hall, her back to him. She had red hair, long, vibrant red, like fire in the darkness. She wore robes of deep green that shimmered when she moved, and when she turned, Harry saw her face. His mother's face. Lily Potter looked exactly the way she had in the memory Chiron had shown him, young, beautiful, with green eyes that matched his own. But there was something different about her now. Something older. Wiser. Sadder. "Harry," she said, and her voice was exactly as he had imagined it. Warm. Loving. Heartbreaking. "Mum." She walked toward him, her robes trailing on the stone floor, and cupped his face in her hands. Her skin was cold, cold as the grave, but her touch was gentle. "You've grown so much," she whispered. "The last time I saw you, you were so small. I could hold you in one arm. Why are you here? How are you here?" Lily smiled, and tears spilled down her cheeks. "Your father, Hades, he allowed me to visit you. In your dreams. Just once. To tell you," she paused, her voice breaking. "To tell you that I'm proud of you. That I've always been proud of you. That watching you survive, watching you grow, watching you become the person you are today, it's been the greatest joy of my afterlife." Harry's tears fell too. "I miss you. I never knew you, but I miss you." "I know, darling. I know." Lily pulled him into her arms, and Harry felt the cold seep through his pajamas, through his skin, into his bones. But he didn't care. His mother was holding him. His mother was here. "You have to be careful, Harry," Lily said, pulling back to look at him. "Hogwarts is not safe for you. Not because of the school, because of what's hidden beneath it." "What do you mean?" "There is a chamber beneath the castle. A chamber that has been sealed for centuries. It contains an artifact, Greek, not magical, that your father has been searching for since before you were born." "The key of night?" "No." Lily's voice dropped to a whisper. "Something older. Something darker. The Aegis of Hades. The shield that your father carried in the war against the Titans. It was lost centuries ago, hidden by forces that wanted to prevent the underworld from growing too powerful." Harry touched the pendant around his neck. "The key of night is powerful. But the shield. The shield could make you invincible," Lily said. "Or it could destroy you. It depends on who wields it. And there are forces in this castle, forces loyal to Voldemort, forces loyal to the Titans, forces loyal to no one, who will stop at nothing to claim it." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because the shield is connected to you, Harry. To your blood. To your power. When the time comes, you will have to decide whether to seek it, or to let it remain hidden forever." The dream began to fade. The great hall grew dimmer, the candles flickering out one by one. "Mum, don't go. I have to, darling. I've stayed too long already." Lily kissed his forehead, and her lips burned with cold fire. "Remember, be brave. Be strong. And trust your friends. They will help you survive what's coming." Will I see you again? One day. Lily stepped back, her form growing transparent. One day, when your journey is over, you will come to the underworld. And we will be together again. I promise. The dream shattered. Harry woke in his four-poster bed, gasping for breath, tears streaming down his face. The key of night was burning against his chest. And somewhere beneath the castle, something ancient and powerful stirred in its sleep. The next morning, Harry sat in the great hall with his new classmates, pretending to eat breakfast. Ron was telling a story about his older brother's exploits at Hogwarts, something involving a dung bomb and a corridor full of angry ghosts, but Harry wasn't listening. His mother's words echoed in his head, asterisk, there is a chamber beneath the castle. Asterisk. What's wrong with you? Hermione asked, noticing Harry's silence. You look like you've seen a ghost. Something like that, Harry said. A real ghost? Ron leaned forward, interested. Which one? Nearly headless Nick? The fat friar? The bloody baron? None of them. Harry pushed his plate away. I had a weird dream. Oh, dreams. Ron waved a hand dismissively. I dreamt I was playing Quidditch for England last night. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Hermione frowned at Harry. What kind of dream? Harry looked around the great hall, making sure no one was listening. Percy and Annabeth were sitting at the end of the Gryffindor table, deep in conversation. The teachers were eating at the high table. The students were focused on their own meals. A dream about my mother, Harry said quietly. She told me there's something hidden beneath the castle. Something dangerous. Something connected to my father. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Your father? Ron said. James Potter? What could be hidden beneath the castle that's connected to him? Not James, Harry said. My other father. Ron looked confused. People only have one father, mate. Hermione's eyes widened. Wait. Are you saying? The owl post arrived. Dozens of owls flooded into the great hall, dropping letters and packages onto the tables. But one owl, a majestic snowy white, flew straight to Harry, landing in front of his plate with a letter clutched in its talons. Harry took the letter. The seal was the same symbol he had seen on his mother's letter, a circle divided by a lightning bolt, surrounded by Greek letters. He broke the seal and read. Harry. Asterisk I know about the chamber. Chiron told me. The aegis of Hades must not fall into the wrong hands. If you find it, do not touch it. Do not even look at it directly. The shield shows the beholder their worst fear, their deepest terror. Only those with pure hearts and strong wills can withstand its power, asterisk. Asterisk I am sending help. A friend from camp, someone who knows the underworld better than most. She will arrive at Hogwarts in 3 days. Trust her. She has faced worse than dark wizards, asterisk. Asterisk be careful, son of Hades. The castle is watching you. And not all the eyes that watch are friendly, asterisk. Chiron. Harry folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. Who was that from? Ron asked. A friend, Harry said. A friend who says there's someone coming to help us. Help us with what? Harry looked out the window at the grounds, at the forbidden forest, at the Black Lake, at the mountains in the distance. Help us find what's hidden beneath the castle, he said. Before someone else finds it first. That afternoon, Harry explored Hogwarts with Percy and Annabeth. They walked through corridors that shifted when they weren't looking, climbed staircases that moved without warning, and discovered hidden passages behind tapestries and suits of armor. Annabeth mapped every turn, marking her parchment with notes and symbols. Percy whistled tunelessly and occasionally poked at the suits of armor to see if they would move. Your mother was right, Annabeth said as they stood before a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls ballet. There's something beneath this castle. I can feel it. The Aegis of Hades, Harry said. Chiron mentioned it in his letter. It's a shield, my father's shield from the Titan War. A shield that shows people their worst fears, Percy added. Sounds like fun. Annabeth shook her head. It's not a joke, Percy. The Aegis is one of the most powerful artifacts in existence. If it fell into the wrong hands, Voldemort, or the Titans, or any of the other forces hunting Harry. Annabeth turned to face him. You said your mother warned you about something beneath the castle. Do you know where to look? Harry closed his eyes and listened. The shadows whispered, not clearly, but with direction. He could feel a pull toward the lowest levels of the castle, toward the dungeons, toward the cold and the dark and the places where even the ghosts feared to tread. The dungeons, Harry said, opening his eyes. Near the Slytherin common room. There's an entrance there, hidden behind a wall that looks like stone but isn't. How do you know that? The shadows told me. Percy sighed. I really need to learn how to talk to shadows. They made their way toward the dungeons, moving carefully to avoid the Slytherins who lounged outside their common room. The entrance was exactly where Harry had sensed it, a section of wall that felt different when he touched it, colder, smoother, like polished obsidian instead of rough stone. There's no handle, Annabeth observed. There's not supposed to be. Harry placed his palm against the wall, and the key of night flared with dark light. The stone rippled, then dissolved, revealing a narrow passage that descended into darkness. Ladies first, Percy said. Annabeth shoved him. You first. You first. I'll go first, Harry said, stepping into the passage. The shadows welcomed him like an old friend. The passage led down, 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 past the foundations of the castle, past the bedrock, past the places where even magic had no sway. The air grew colder with every step, and the darkness thickened until even Harry's enhanced eyes could barely see. Should we get a light? Percy whispered. No, Harry said. Light will attract attention. We're not alone down here. They walked for what felt like hours, their footsteps echoing on the stone floor. The passage narrowed in some places, forcing them to walk single file, and widened in others, revealing caverns filled with stalactites and stalagmites that glowed faintly green. This is ancient, Annabeth breathed. Older than Hogwarts. Older than the Romans. This cave system must have been here for thousands of years. Before the castle was built, Harry agreed. Before the wizards came to Britain. This was a place of power, a place where the barrier between worlds was thin. They emerged into a chamber that took Harry's breath away. It was enormous, as large as the Great Hall itself, with a ceiling that rose so high they couldn't see the top. In the center of the chamber, on a pedestal made of obsidian, lay a shield. The Aegis of Hades. It was beautiful and terrible in equal measure, made of celestial bronze and Stygian iron, inlaid with gemstones that pulsed with inner fire. The surface of the shield seemed to shift when Harry looked at it, showing images that vanished before he could understand them. Don't look directly at it, Harry warned, remembering Chiron's letter. It shows you your worst fear. Percy looked away immediately, his face pale. Annabeth closed her eyes, her jaw tight. But Harry couldn't look away. The shield called to him, pulled at him, whispered his name in a voice that sounded like his mother's. Take me, the shield whispered. Asterisk, claim me. I am yours by right. Asterisk. Harry took a step forward. Harry, no. Annabeth grabbed his arm. You said yourself. I know what I said. Harry shook her off. But I can feel it, Annabeth. The shield is connected to me. To my blood. To my power. It won't hurt me. You don't know that. No, Harry agreed. but I'm going to find out. He walked toward the pedestal, the shadows swirling around him like a cloak. The key of night blazed against his chest, and the ring of shadows grew warm on his finger. The shield's whispers grew louder, more urgent, more demanding. Asterisk, take me. Claim me. Become what you were born to be. Asterisk. Harry reached out his hand. His fingers brushed the surface of the Aegis. And the world exploded into darkness. Thank you.